What time will we start, Mr. Ikram?
It's around 12 p.m. It's around 10 minutes anymore, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please, before we start our conference, I would like to again read the international conference rule. Kindly read them. For the first one, participants kindly join the Zoom meeting or Zoom conference 10 minutes or more before the event started. And the second one, participants should fill in the attendance list that has been given by the committee. And the third one, participants, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, need to write name in the username with the very official name and also your institutions. If you are from abroad, kindly also write your country maybe. And the fourth one, participants are pleased to mute the microphone and also your video during the discussion. And the fifth one, participants who would like to ask questions should write the questions on the Zoom chat box or YouTube comment with format, your name please, and also institutions and your question. Maybe while we are waiting for 12 p.m., does anyone coming from other countries except Indonesia?
Ada này mà để nó chỉ đặt.
Assalamualaikum, Associate Professor Dr. Serif Ismail. Assalamualaikum, Prof.
We need to.
Sorry, Ibu Mutmainah.
There are so many voice. Of you can
Yes, yes.
mute all of.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Okay, 2 minutes more. 2 minutes
Yeah.
anymore. We would like to.
Still waiting.
Yeah.
Stop.
We would like to open
Jasnya
our.
kuliah indah. Mantap.
Jas alma mater, Kak. Mana Jasta?
Benar, napinjam mahasiswa.
Oh, this is our alma mater, State University, Makassar.
Yeah.
Blue.
The blue one. So, Kak, who is we are waiting for again?
Sudah tidak ada.
Jalal?
Dr. Galal sudah ada masuk.
Okay, fine. Fargis, Prof. Fargis?
Bagus.
Halo, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, Dr. Andy. Good morning, Dr. Mutmainah.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
How are you
How
today?
are you from?
I hope you are fine.
How are you from Qatar?
Alhamdulillah, I'm feeling well. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay, excuse me, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Can we start right now?
Yes.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin wa bihi nasta'in wa ala umuri dunya waddin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain amma ba'du. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of committee, we are very happy to welcoming you as selected participants of this international conference. Me, Ikram Mustafa, as the Master of Ceremony and also moderator, which also be accompanied by Bapak Mubashir Munir, will thoroughly lead the webinar for around upcoming 4 hours. Honorable Head of Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Tarbiyah Al-Urwatul Wutsqo, Professor Dr. Hajjah Istibsyarah BAISA MA, Honorable Head of Committee, Mr. Imam Musleh, Honorable Lecturers of Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Tarbiyah Al-Urwatul Wutsqo Jombang, Honorable Speakers from coming from various countries, and also, ladies and gentlemen, participants of this international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the international conference with the topic Future Educations for Long-Lasting Generations is held by College of Islamic Educations of Al-Urwatul Wutsqo Jombang, or are usually called as Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Tarbiyah Al-Urwatul Wutsqo Jombang, or STIT UE. For your information, STIT UE Jombang annually hosted international seminar related to educational backgrounds and also topics. We also just hosted the national seminar several weeks ago in the topic of educations in responding the COVID-19 pandemics. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also happy that the participation of this conference is very high. More than 3,000 persons participate in this international seminar coming from various countries, institutions, and also backgrounds. Due to the high interest of participants, we try to serve the best platforms such as Zoom and also YouTube live streamings. For whom cannot access Zoom due to the limited access and also limited capacity, are again recommended to join the conference by YouTube live streaming. Bapak dan Ibu yang terhormat, ladies and gentlemen, this international conference has a very interesting topics, which is future educations for long-lasting generations. As we consider that educations among the countries around the globe is such a basic needs to be well managed and prepared. Even this pandemic situation has driven our mindset with many relatable questions. What are the impacts of COVID-19 pandemics to our educational system? Why education impacted? And how to solve, including response and recovery. Therefore, in this 2 days conference, we also want to share the best practices of what have been done related to educational improvement from different countries, different speakers, and different backgrounds. On behalf of committee of and Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Tarbiyah Al-Urwatul Wutsqo Jombang, we are also thankful to the speakers for very interesting topics of presentations you gonna talk. Ladies and gentlemen, the agenda of day first will be started with the opening from head of Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Tarbiyah Al-Urwatul Wutsqo and committee. Then it will be continued by the presentation session by the presenters. Then it will, today we have 3 sessions of conference in which each session will be filled with 3 to 4 speakers and continued with question and answer sessions. For you may have questions, kindly send them into the comment chat of our Zoom meeting and also YouTube live streaming with the format name, your name please, and also your institutions as well as your question. Let's start this activity by witnessing the greeting report from head of committee of this international conference, Mr. Imam Musleh. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellency, Ms. Istibsyarah, the leader of Islamic Institute of Education Urwatul Wutsqo Jombang East Java. Excellency, keynote speakers, dear audience, the participant of international webinar. All praise and gratitude we always pray to the Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who has bestowed His blessing on us, so that today we can be brought together to attend this webinar. Conducted by Institute Islamic of Education Urwatul Wutsqo, Jombang East Java. We also would like to thank the chairperson of STIT Urwatul Wutsqo, Jombang East Java, and all keynote speakers who are willing to attend to meet our invitation. As chairman, I would like to say welcome to the participants who have come to attend this webinar. We will gain much information about future education, which can be applied for our students, and through this activity, it is expected we create innovation and meet the demand of developing science, technology, and social culture, especially in the education sector. Ladies and gentlemen, in this international webinar, our theme is Future Education for Long-Lasting Generation. Related to this theme, we present several speakers as the main speakers who deliver material related to the main theme of this webinar. As human beings who are never satisfied, human will continue to look for better things and hope for the creation of a better society as well. Therefore, we need a special approach to look at the future and various theories to help us understand what from a good society looks like and how we create it. As Microsoft in 2016 states that the reflection of the past regarding the future assume that the future is determined. Therefore, let us attend to the present. In this webinar, we will present about future education for a long-lasting generation. This event can be held because of assistance from various parties. Therefore, I say thank you very much, all parties and the committee who helped us to carry out this event. Hopefully, all that has been done will be rewarded by Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Amin. Ladies and gentlemen, who has the organizing committee, apologies if there are deficiencies in the implementation of this event because we are as human and no one is perfect. Dear audience, this is my greeting and I apologize if there are many mistakes in everything. Lastly, I say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Imam Musli, for your kind opening remarks and also speech. Ladies and gentlemen, our opening remark for this international conference will be delivered by Head of Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Tarbiyah Al-Urwatul Wutsqo Jombang. Please welcome Professor Dr. Hajah STIT Syarah. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wal mutahadditsun al-kurama wa ayyuhal muhadirun wal akademiyun as-su'ada fi Jami'ah Urwatul Wutsqo li ulumit tarbiyati wal musyarikuna fin nadwati al-iftiradiyati ad-dawliyah. Nahmadullah wa nashkuruhu ala ma an'amallahu alaina min rahmatihi wa in'amihi hatta tastati'a an najtami'a fin nadwati al-iftiradiyati allati aqamatha Jami'ah Urwatul Wutsqo li ulumit tarbiyati Jombang Jawi Syarqiyah wa duna an nashkuruh li munadhimin wa jami'il mutahaddisin al-ma'biyin li da'watina bil huduri fi hadhihi nadwati wa ana mudirul jami'ah adana arhaba jami'al musyarikin alladzina hadaru bi kalimati ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaban wa qad taw'aqina an nahsula ala kathiri minal ma'lumati haula ta'alimi al-mustaqbili alladhi yumkinu tatbiqahu ala talabina wa min khalali hadhihi nahwa ta'amala an nakhluqa al-ibdikar wa tadawa mutaqallibat wa nata'adda mutaqallibati wa ta'wid al-ulumi wa taqlibi liwahyan wa siqafati al-ijtima'iyyah wa khassatan fi majali ta'lim idza fa in mawdu'an fi an-nadwa huwa at-ta'limil mustaqbili li jami'il mustaqbali wa aqibal mawdu' سيقدم المتحدثون فيما يتعلق بموضوع هذه الندوة. وقد حاول الناس في البحث عن الأمور الجيدة بالإضافة إلى الأمل في تكوين المجتمع الراقي مما يحتاج إلى المنهج الخاص لرؤية المستقبل والنظريات المختلفة لمساعدنا على فهم أين مجتمع أمثاله وكيف نخلقه. دعونا نركز على المادة التي سيعرضها المتحدثون وقفا لموضوعك حدثناها، ولا يمكن أبدا هذا النشاط المبارك إلا مساعدة جميع الأطراف، ولذلك أشكر جزيل شكري لجميع الأطراف والمنظمين الذين ساعدونا في تنفيذ هذا النشاط، ونسأل الله أن يجزيكم خير الجزاء. آمين يا رب العالمين. ونعتذر منكم من قصورنا في تنفيذ هذه الندوة. هذا ما نستطيع أن نقول إمامكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Dr. Haja Istip Syarah, for your opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now on the first session of the international conference, which will be presented by 4 speakers. On the first session, we have 4 speakers. I would like to read those speakers. The first one is Professor Dr. Sharif Muhammad Ismail, coming from Egyptian Germany Academy, American University in Cairo, Egypt. And the second one will be filled by Dr. Muhammad Galal Muhammad El Kaila, coming from Teacher of English Language Global Teacher Awards winner, MIA, and also expert master trainer Qatar. And the third one, Professor Farahisi, coming from Chris College, Irin Jalakuda, Kerala, India. And the fourth one is Dr. Elena Stramkova, coming from Smart Teens Studio of English. Ladies and gentlemen, for this first session, we have around 1 hour first, and then after 4 speakers present their presentations, we will continue to the question and answer session around 15 minutes. For the first speaker, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Sharif Muhammad Ismail. I would like to read his short CV. Dr. Ismail has a strong background in the theoretical and practical aspects of management information system. He received his undergraduate degree in computer science from Ain Shams University, Egypt, and also the master in software engineering. And also he received his PhD in management information system. His theoretical background was developed and sharpened by acquiring 2 postgraduate degrees in the field and attending a series of professional training courses offered by internationally owned training providers. He was previously appointed as senior lecturer in several universities. His research lies mainly in the artificial intelligence, natural language processing, knowledge management, and sentiment analysis. His work as a developer, designer, and also analyst, project manager, and quality experts gave him an extensive experience in the software industry to complement the theoretical background and augment his credential as a software engineering professional. And I think in this opportunity, Professor Sharif Muhammad will explore more about the strategy to our future educations for long-lasting generation, especially. Therefore, he would like to present his kind presentations about how to strengthen business in the time of COVID-19 using MIS. Please welcome Professor Dr. Sharif Muhammad. The time is yours.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام
أشكرك أخي الكريم على التقديم، وبسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا ونبينا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم، وأنه ما قل وكفى خير مما كثر وألهى. أشكر حضراتكم جدا على الدعوة الكريمة ديت. والموضوع اللي أنا هتكلم فيه النهاردة هو استخدام ما يعرف بنظم المعلومات نظم المعلومات عشان نقدر نستفيد منه في موضوع التعليم، ازاي نقدر نعمل enhancement او stress. دي كنت حابب ان انا اقول المقدمه دي باللغه العربيه، وهنبدا على طول بالانجليش ان شاء الله. واي حد ليه استفسار سواء بالانجليش او بالعربي يتفضل. Please let me share my presentation, please.
Please.
Yeah. Could you please allow me to share it because it give me hosted this.
Host mungkin bisa di allow. Mungkin bisa di allow supaya bisa share screen Pak Ikram.
Jadi panitia sebentar Pak ya.
Oh iya. Please wait Prof Serif.
Okay.
Please wait a moment.
Still host disable.
Yes, because we still process the mechanism of sharing the screen. Okay.
So sorry, Prof.
Yes.
Tumpang nih kundi be. Hah?
Jombang di
Enggak ada tumpang.
For whom please unmute. Please mute your audio, please. Mohon kepada Bapak dan Ibu yang tidak menyampaikan materi untuk dapat membisukan audionya masing-masing. Oke.
Saya izin kepada panitia yang tadi ribut, saya kick keluar saja Pak daripada nanti.
Yes, tidak apa-apa Pak.
Still waiting for.
Yes, kindly waiting for a minute, sir.
No problem.
Yes,
just
due to
let us
the technical
introduce,
things in
let
our
us introduce for the presentation until we can show it. Actually, the global crisis linked to the COVID-19 pandemic exceed by far the public health sphere, as it has deeply changed the fabric of our modern society and leave no sector unaffected. Education has no exception. More than 180 countries around the world shut down all school, affecting the lives of almost 1.6 billion children, youth, and their families. Today, inshallah, I will share with you some thoughts about management information system, and we, as we say, we choose each and every flower of orchard, spring drop, just to try to show you some strategies regarding these techniques. Okay, let's try again. Still okay. First of all, our agenda or outline, I will talk about what we call it MIS. Okay, let me check again. There is no way to share it. Still, host disabled, participant screen.
Bisa.
Sure.
Bisa hostnya mungkin.
Okay. Anyway, MIS stands for Management Information System, which we can define as development and use information system that help business achieve their goals and objectives. So if we consider education as a business and there is a specific mission and goals.
Sorry, Mr. Sharif, I have made you as the co-host for this. Yeah. Okay. Could you? Yeah.
Yeah. Just
yes.
A minute.
Okay.
Okay, it's clear now.
Yes, very nice.
Great. Okay.
Ini kalau nyari.
So go to our topic, how to strengthen. Excuse me, what this one? Admit. Okay. Okay. How to strengthen education in the time of COVID-19 using MIS. Our outline today, what is MIS, component of MIS, responding effectively to risk facing virtual team challenges. These are two topics we choose from MIS to show you today. Firstly, MIS stands for Management Information System, which we define as the development of information system that help business achieve their goals and objectives. This definition has three key elements: development and use, information system, and the business goal and objectives. When we talk about system is a group of components that interact to achieve some purpose. An information system is a group of components that interact to produce information. A model of component of an information system consists of computer hardware, software, data, procedure, and the people. These 5 components are present in every information system. For example, when you use a computer to write a report, you are using hardware, the computer, storage, disk, etc. Software here we mean by word processing program, such as Microsoft Word. We mean by data the word, sentence, paragraph you will write. Procedure means a method you use to start the program to enter and save and back up the letter itself. The peopleware here will be you. You will manage the process. Let us talk about responding effectively to risk. Actually, when we talk about risk in the traditional view of risk, always we see the risk as a negative. But actually, in the modern view of risk, risks are negative and maybe pose a threat to your organization, your university as well, whereas other bring benefit and other positive opportunity regardless of the risk you face. It's important to handle threat and opportunity in effective manner. Let us see some tactics and strategies how we can deal with the risk. I will show you 6 strategies and tactics how to deal with this risk. Number 1, avoiding a threat. To deal with a threat effectively, you must understand what type of threat it is and how severe it is. Once you understand the threat, you can select the most effective response you could choose to avoid the threat or eliminate the cause of the threat or adjust your plan so that the threat no longer applies. Avoiding threat: if a threat has a high probability of occurring and is likely to impact your activities negatively, your first reaction should be to try to avoid it. This approach works best when you are fairly certain what the outcome of the threat will be. For this technique to work, you also need to be able to take whatever action are required to stop threat from occurring. The second strategy, what we call it, transferring threat. Transferring the risk is one way to respond to a threat instead of trying to avoid or eliminate risk. You assign ownership of the risk to a person or organization who can deal with it better. This third party may take on all a part of the risk. There are different ways to transfer responsibility for the threat you face at work, For example, insurance, the most common method or risk transfer. When you take out insurance, you pay premium for protection against financial loss. It usually offers protection against loss resulting from vehicle damage and business interruption. The third strategy will be mitigating threats. Another way to respond to threat is mitigate their effect. When you mitigate a threat, you reduce the likelihood that will occur and reduce the impact it will have if it does occur to acceptable level. Mitigate threat is a good option when avoiding or transferring them is not possible, or when these responses are too expensive. Mitigation of the risk responses to use most often by manager. There are a number of techniques you can use to mitigate threat. Actually, one way is to adapt less complex process. Another mitigation technique is to conduct more tests on a product or service. Let's say you are a senior manager for a games company and you invite a target group to test a trial version of a game. Well ahead of its planned release, the group comments our feedback to the design team, who respond with improvement to the game. That mitigates the risk that the product will disappoint gamers when it is installed. The next technique, what we call it, accepting a threat. Accepting threats, one possible response to a threat is to just accept it. Acceptance is suitable reaction when a threat is small, avoidable, unavoidable, or unknown. What we call it passive acceptance. Passive acceptance involves doing nothing unless a threat arises. Then you try to tackle the consequences. For example, bad weather can cause delays to construct a project or give a lecture. Your planning team may try to schedule major outdoor tasks for the summer for better weather, but ultimately you have to accept the risk of an occasional rainy day and some delays. In the case of active acceptance, you accept the threat, but plan is in advance how to handle the consequences if the threat is realized. Basically, you and your organization accept threat until it occurs, at which point you implement the backup plan you have prepared. A next strategy, responding to opportunity effectively. There are various responses to consider when an opportunity arises. You can exploit the opportunity to make sure it occurs. You can also share the opportunity with another party. Another option is to enhance the opportunity you are facing, or on the other hand, you could choose a symbol, accept the opportunity of these different responses. Strategy for dealing with risk, what we call it, contingency responses strategy, or what we call it, contingency response strategies, is an active form of risk, accepting that involves planning response in case risk events actually occur. It also involves assigning reserves so that the responses can be executed when required. Now we will go for facing virtual team challenges. Our meeting now, we call it virtual. So
Hello, Mr. Sharif. Hello. Could you hear me?
Dr. Sharif.
Oh,
racing, stumbling,
Okay.
blocks.
Air keluar dari sini itu kenapa itu, Pak?
I'll show you some tactics to manage blended site and off-site teams across time zone and geography. Number one, blended team. More and more organizations are leveraging the open talent economy and creating blended teams by integrating remote employees into their on-site workforce, while managers don't have to reinvent the wheel to manage a blended or entirely virtual team. They require some special consideration. Even team member must feel like they are a part of the same team. Making virtual team members feel part of the office takes extra effort. Keep them the loop about what's happening in the office. Not every little detail, but focus on things that involve them, like decision about projects, work process, and reporting structure. It's easy to overlook virtual team members because they are remote. Encourage equality and participation by connecting with all of your offsite member at least 2 or 3 a week. To participate in meeting. If you are having a conference call, one input and sure everyone contributes. A good way to get quite people involved is to specifically ask for their input. The next strategy, managing schedule.
Hello.
The connection ini.
Yes, I mean the connection.
Wait.
Just waiting for the the connections of Mr. Sharif Muhammad, Sharif Ismail. Okay. Hello, Mr. Sharif.
Hello.
Okay, could you continue your presentation, please?
Did you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Great.
I could listen to you. Yeah.
Okay, now go to the point, managing the team schedules. Managing a geography.
Excuse me, Dr. Sharif, could you share your slide, please? Reshare.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
It's okay now? Is it okay?
Yes.
Great.
Go on, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Once again, managing a team schedule. To effectively manage them, you are doing to have to give a special consideration to your team member, time zone schedule, and the local holidays. Thankful, there are some useful tactics to help you handle that challenge. A good starting point is to find a way to keep track of all your virtual team member schedules and time zone. One way to do this, allowing at a glance viewing, is to draw up a schedule or calendar of all the team member activities. You can place time zone clocks on your wall. Don't forget to also keep track of some member live in region that use it. Keeping track of other time zones might seem simple, but it is actually one of the trickiest aspects of managing communication with your team. However, by remaining mindful of other time zone and the schedule, you will not only be able to communicate with team member at suitable local time, but also show understanding of and sensitivity of their circumstances. Managing diverse team, virtual teams can include members from different cities, countries, or cultures. To manage diversity in a virtual team, ensure that all team members are treated with respect. You and every team member must be on your team. Be sensitive to culture, behaviors, and understand that there be differences about what drives business interaction. As a manager, you can show respect to all team members by knowing the and holidays in the region. Research this yourself. You can also just ask your employees about them directly. Make a list of pertinent holidays and consultant, often, especially before scheduling a meeting. And deliverables, you must also be aware of the impact that diversity can have on how your team members approach work. For example, people from different culture often differ about the almost of structure and directions they expect from team leaders.
Sorry.
Yeah, please.
My apology, Mr. Sharif Muhammad.
Please,
time
go.
is almost over, and I think it has been over. And maybe the core of your presentations is like how to strengthen business in the time of COVID-19 using MIS. I mean that could you briefly describe about the definitions of MIS and also why you're using MIS? Okay, maybe that's the point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Have a nice day.
Okay. Maybe before you close your presentations, could you briefly describe the definitions and also the mechanism of MIS, sir? Hello, Mr.
Oh, yeah. Hello.
Sharif Muhammad. Yeah.
Go
Could
ahead,
you
please.
briefly? Yeah. But the core of your presentations is like the MIS. Could you briefly describe about that one, please?
You ask about the terminology of management information system?
Yes, maybe just like 1 minute explanations, then we know about the mechanism and we can learn from the best practice as you have done about that.
Great. Information system, it is a field that collect between management as a science and information technology as a technology, and tools you can use to implement in this management. How you manage your class, how you manage your lecture, how you manage your university, you need management science. Some tools will help you in that way. So this field, what we call it, managed information system, that will help you. First, in management track, you need to put your goals, your mission and the vision for your system. And at that time means your class, your university, your business. Okay, So it is some components interact each other to achieve your goal. Okay, so this is a strategy we use to achieve the goal of the enterprise or employer.
Yes, yes, we got the point, sir. Okay, thank you very much for your presentations, Mr. Sharif Mohammed.
Have a nice time.
Yeah, we are very happy for your kind presentations and also very interesting background and also the presentations. Bapak dan Ibu yang terhormat, jadi barusan tadi Bapak Sharif Mohammed menyampaikan tentang bagaimana menghadapi atau mempertahankan bisnis dari bisnis apapun, baik itu pendidikan maupun bisnis lainnya dalam situasi pandemi COVID-19 ini sendiri. Karena memang bagaimanapun juga situasi seperti ini, situasi pandemi melumpuhkan berbagai aktivitas dalam berbagai bidang kehidupan, termasuk juga pendidikan. Oleh karena itu, beliau menyampaikan tentang bagaimana menghadapi risiko, karena memang COVID-19 ini tidak hanya sebuah kejadian atau event, tetapi juga sebuah bencana sekarang, dan artinya dengan kata lain kita memang harus menurunkan risiko yang ada dengan berbagai macam strategi yang ada di dalamnya, termasuk juga bagaimana mekanisme manajemen yang ada dan bagaimana menghadapi situasi dalam sebuah situasi normal baru. Oleh karena itu, Bapak dan Ibu yang terhormat, untuk pertanyaan terkait dengan sistem manajemen informasi, baik dalam berbagai bidang, silahkan ditanyakan dalam bahasa Indonesia, tidak apa-apa, nanti akan kami translate ke dalam bahasa Inggris dan disampaikan kepada Profesor Dr. Sharif Mohammed. Okay, thank you, sir, once more for your presentations. And now we will gonna to the next presentations. Next presenter, he is Dr. Muhammad Galal Muhammad. I have made you as the co-host right now, and before you start your presentations, I would like to explain and also read the short CV of Mr. Muhammad Galal Muhammad from Qatar Ministry of Education and Higher Education. Yes, this is the slideshow showing your short CV, and I would like to read a little bit about it. Mr. Galal Muhammad, maybe you are the second presenter right now, and we are very happy to welcoming you also in this international conference. And Mr. Muhammad Galal has been selected for several kinds of achievements, and also being the winner of Global Teacher Award winner 2019 by AKS, and also Teacher of the Year in Qatar 2019 by AKS, Ambassador for Wakalat, Cost Prices Edu and Code Week, and you are very famous, I think. And then you are also the national coordinator at the European Robotics, global speaker in the Digital K-12 Online Summit, and also you are the A2 Microsoft Education Exchange 2020 Australia winner. I think so many experiences you have done, and also you have reached, and we would like to hear and listen the experiences you have. Okay, please welcome Mr. Muhammad Galal. The time is yours.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thanks a lot, Professor Sharif, for your wonderful and interesting presentation. I agree with you that it's very important to use new modern techniques, especially in education. Thank you very much for your presentation. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hello everyone, and good morning from Doha, Qatar. Good evening, good afternoon to all the keynote speakers, to all the participants from different countries around the world. First of all, I'd like to thank the College of Educational Sciences in Indonesia for organizing such a great global event. Thanks a lot for having me today and giving me the chance to be a part of this global event. Thanks a lot for all the keynote speakers today and tomorrow, especially Dr. Andy, Dr. Mutmainna, for their kind invitation. All the time I say that sharing knowledge is the most important act of friendship, and because it's a way you can give something without losing something. We are here today during this hard time from different countries around the world to share and to collaborate together. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Muhammad Galal, as my brother has just said. I am a teacher of English language. Actually, I am from Egypt, but I live and work in Qatar as a teacher of English language, Ministry of Education and Higher Education. Today, as I am a Minecraft Global Mentor, Inshallah, I'm going to talk about gamification in education. And one of the best examples of that is Minecraft. So my topic today will be about using Minecraft in teaching learning process during and after COVID-19. Well, my presentation has four main points in this session, inshallah. The first one is gamification in education. What do we mean by gamification and why it's important nowadays to implement such a kind of technology in our education? The second one, what is Minecraft Education Edition? Thirdly, ways to use Minecraft in the classroom. Last but not least, benefits of using Minecraft nowadays in education teaching process. So let's start. Well, the concept of gamification of learning is an educational approach that can be used to motivate our students to learn by using video games that can help us to design elements and learning environments. Let me say in another way, it's the process of transforming typical academical components into gaming themes. Theming your classroom in a gaming requires choosing a theme and referring to everything in your class with gaming terms. Well, why we should use gamification, or what are reasons to implement gamification in our classes? Number one, no stress. Our students play, enjoy, and learn without any stress. Also fun and interactive. The gamification of learning can help you to create interesting and entertaining your content. It's not meant to change or to turn your work into a game, but it does play on the psychology that drives human engagement. So using gamification in your classes helps you to achieve high level of engagement and collaboration in the classroom. Well, also, if you had to define the single most important aim of learning. Hello? Can you please mute your microphone, please? If you had to define the single most important aim of learning, it must surely be about to instill new knowledge in your learners. And as we know that the more you engage your students with the learning process, the more you will gain, your students will gain information and develop their skills. Also, gamification of learning allows learners to see the real-world applications and the benefits of the subject matter. It helps more to enhance the learning experience, and we know that many people are motivated by competition, so gamification provides opportunities for competition with others for high scores, rewards, and the leaderboards ranking, something like that. Well, moving from gamification to one of the best examples of gamification in education, which is Minecraft, as I have just mentioned. Nowadays, all of us know that we can say that new generations spend most of their time playing video games, and because they are moving so fast, we shouldn't stop, and we also should move fast. I think there is a must to redesign all curriculums to fit their needs and achieve our goals at the same time. We can say that motivation is considered one of the most essential parts of education, of teaching learning process. So we have to think of new modern teaching strategies and methods that can help us not only making our students engaged and more involved in the lesson, but also help them to be more enjoying while they are studying and learning at schools or even homes. According to a research by the National Center for STEM Elementary Education, this one shows that a negative interest in science begins in elementary schools, where about 33% of girls and boys in the fourth grade express their negative attitudes, and by grade 8, almost 50% express negative attitudes. So the point here is how we can build 21st century learning skills if we are not using 21st century instruction techniques. Actually, this is an important point, and we have to think more about it. And as we know that schools are closed in most of countries around the world, and all are turning to remote learning to keep students engaged. Here we have one of the best tools that can help us and help our students to being more engaged in teaching learning process. This is Minecraft Education Edition. This one is a new version of the open world game Minecraft, especially designed for education. It's an independent computer game and virtual world environment that now we can say it has over 100 million users of students and different people. This one, it's just like a game where you can dig and build different kinds of 3D blocks and shapes and explore. Even you can create your own world. Well, why we should use this game in teaching learning process or even in our classrooms? The first one, it's the first important one is this one is an easy access game, so anyone can play, can enjoy, and at the same time you can learn more about the content you have designed before. The second one, which I considered one of the most important reasons of using Minecraft in education, is creativity. There is no denying that Minecraft provides students with opportunities for creativity. We can say some of them can explore extensive cave systems, for example, underground, while other players might build their houses and learn more about different content. It helps more in developing digital citizenship skills and, of course, 21st learning skills like teamwork, leadership, collaboration, and problem solving. Well, now let's move to ways of how can we use Minecraft Education Edition in education and teaching learning process. Number one, we can say it helps more in making history come alive and explore real life places. There are many already created structures in this game that you can import into the game and have students explore, like for example Global Theatre in London, or your students can start creating their interesting places. Two, Minecraft allows your students to build whatever they want, so you can make use of this opportunity to have them create models when you need to practice a unit, for example, about measurements and proportions. You can visualize the concept of survival for your students by having them play the survival mode, which demands players to take into account resources as they build and expand their own world. Fourthly, visualizing the reading comprehensions. One of the best ways to improve how students display the reading comprehension is asking them to create or to visualize the content so that they can learn more about the parts of the story or even explore new information about characters of the story when they interact with them during playing this game. Well, here we have some examples of how to use Minecraft in different subjects. For example, number one, in science, whether creating a 3D model for of the human heart or measuring anything, Minecraft can be used to teach scientific ideas easily. Math, children can learn about structures, shapes, and angles by building them freehand. In English language, Minecraft lets the player to be like a storyteller, building shapes or building their own world about any content. They also can visit or even construct their own models of places they read about maybe in novels or stories or watched it before in any film or movies. History. Students can participate in recreated simulations of famous places or famous events, or engage it in the discovery of ancient civilizations and history brought to the life in, let me say, like in a virtual reality. Geography. Exploring the various landscapes, students can learn about mapping and navigation using this amazing game. Technology. Minecraft helps more in giving our students the opportunity to build circuit components from scratch and design complex working models of anything. And also we have economics that can create complex economics, opening their own shops and so on. Actually, we have different ways we can use or implement Minecraft in teaching learning process. Well, now let's move to the last point in my presentation, which I'm gonna summarize and conclude the benefits of using Minecraft Education Edition in our classrooms. It's easy access. It helps more in inspiring confident exploration. And of course, this one helps more in developing 21 first century skills like creativity, problem solving, even we can say communication skills and research. This one also like teamwork, we can say that parents, not only students can play it, parents also they can play Minecraft, and it can be great bonding exercise or a game for the whole family. Minecraft teaches resource management, and while playing Minecraft, your children will get exercise their geometry skills while playing. While playing Minecraft, one of the coolest things about Minecraft is that other players are constantly sharing their custom-made modifications, maps, immersive artwork, and all their works. This point helps young people to explore their own ideas and contribute together. And of course, it helps more in developing their or achieving a high level of cooperation between students and even between students and their teacher. Finally, Minecraft can be played by children of many ages. Now, if you are interested in learning more and more about Minecraft, I highly recommend starting your journey by joining this course, this learning path on Microsoft Educator Center. It's called Minecraft Education Edition Teacher Academy. It's a path of 3 sections and 11 courses, which focus on the use of Minecraft Education Edition as a teaching and learning tool designed to support strong practices in the learning environment. The courses are divided into 3 sections of topics intended for beginner, middle level, or and the last one, the advanced one. And by the end of this learning path, you will become a Minecraft certified teacher and receive your certified certificate and also a digital badge. Just 1 minute, please. By the end of my session, I want to say this one is my, this is, you can go to educationminecraft.net and find more resources about your subject. And if you are interested, you can find more, you can download, let me say, lessons created for you. And here, this is my profile on Minecraft Education Edition. If you are interested in collaborating together, we can contact and we can build or start our global project. Finally, I'd like to end my speech with these words, which was said by Henry Ford. Anyone who stops learning is, let me say, old, even he was at 20 or 80. So anyone who keeps learning is or stays young. Actually, I want to add the last thing. If you find yourself saying, I can't, it's very hard to learn a new thing nowadays, or I am not familiar with technology, just try the word it and start your journey, and inshallah you will achieve your goals. Thanks a lot for your time and consideration. Thanks a lot for having me today. These are my social media accounts. If feel free to follow and contact with me. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullah.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Gal, for your very inspiring presentations related to Minecraft, because it is something new for us, I think. That Minecraft as a sandbox video game for various purposes, I think, which could be modified and also including could be I don't know, could be used for so many kinds of aspects and also so many kinds of needs, especially and including educations for improving the quality of educations. I mean that and we should know that the Minecraft for educations could increase our creativity and also citizenships, teamwork, leadership, collaborations, as well as how to solve the problem. Oke, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, bahwa Mr. Galal barusan menyampaikan materi terkait dengan Minecraft atau permainan video sandbox untuk berbagai kepentingan yang dapat juga dimodifikasi, termasuk dalam bidang pendidikan. Jadi buat Bapak Ibu sebagai pendidik, baik dosen, guru maupun pendidik dari sekolah informal atau madrasah informal, silakan. Ini adalah salah satu inisiasi yang juga dapat kita manfaatkan, terutama dalam menghadapi situasi kondisi pandemi seperti ini, dalam situasi new normal, untuk bagaimana tetap meningkatkan kreativitas, teamwork, kemudian kepemimpinan, aspek kolaborasi, sampai kemudian memecahkan sebuah masalah dalam berbagai sistem pendidikan. Terima kasih. Thank you very much for Mr. Galal once more, and also please waiting for the question and answer session around in the upcoming sessions. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our third speaker. He is Professor Farhese, coming from Chris College Autonomous Kerala, India. It is something hard to pronounce. I don't know. Mr. Farhese is an associate professor of English at Chris College in Jalakuda, affiliated to the University of Calicut, Kerala, India. He pursued his master in English language and literature and has a degree in education. His doctoral degree is in English language teaching through information communication technology, or ICT. For the information that he has 2 postgraduate diplomas to his credit, one in journalism and the other in English language teaching. He has presented papers in national and international seminars and also journals, journal publishing and in international research journal. And lastly, his areas of interest are technology in education, NLP, and language, as well as technology. Okay, please welcome Mr. Professor Farhese. Are you there? Hello. Professor Farhese.
Dr. Farges.
Dr. Farges, could you hear us?
Beliau ada, beliau.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I am unmuted, that's it.
Could you improve your audio?
Your volume?
Your volume, please.
Okay now? Is it okay now?
Okay.
Maybe you have to close your microphone, sir.
Now? It's okay now? Hello, hello.
Okay,
Hello.
okay.
Now it's okay.
I think yeah.
Yes.
It's okay.
We can
It's okay.
we can hear you, but still need
Now how
yeah.
is it? Now how is it? Better?
Still
Yeah.
close.
Better. So what's wrong?
Could you improve your volume, please? Okay.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's very
Hello,
nice.
I think that's okay.
It's
Okay.
Very nice.
Is it okay?
Dr. Vargas, you will explain and also present the ICT in education in the new normal scenario after COVID-19. The time is yours.
Thank you very much. And it's really a pleasure for me to address the audience here, okay, especially in this university. So my gratitude goes to the Honorable Rector of the university and also the wonderful moderator and all others, Professor Anti, Professor Mutmaina, and all
Thank
my
you.
friends who are presenting with me today. Okay, so at this point, in fact, I would like to talk on how ICT can function better in education in the new normal scenario, and how can it be used for lifelong education, as it is the main theme of our conference. So with this, let me start sharing my screen. Okay, and host, could you just enable the screen sharing or make me co-host?
I have made you as co-host right now.
But now, am I?
Okay, wait.
No, not yet, not yet.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I have.
Is it okay now? Okay, fine. Thank you. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, okay.
Can you see the screen now? Hello?
Yeah,
Yes.
I can.
Very
Okay.
clear, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. And my audio is also clear, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Of course.
Okay, thanks. So the topic for the day is ICT in education in the new normal scenario. As I'm introduced, I'm Dr. Verghese, Associate Professor of English from Christ College. Okay, in Irinyalakuda, maybe that you found a bit difficult to pronounce. It's Irinyalakuda. Okay, and I come from the southernmost state of India, Kerala. Right. So to begin with, when we speak of education, right? Education is the process of facilitating learning, we all know, or the acquisition of knowledge, skills, values, beliefs, and habits. But a good education should equip us as competent participants on the path of lifelong learning. It's lifelong learning. And a good education goes beyond the accumulation of facts and the acquisition of skills to help us learn how to learn. So ultimately, see, education should help us learn how to learn. And a good education is not an end in itself, and a good education is but a starting point. So here we have a new starting point, a new normal. And with the pandemic, of course, it's a great difficult time all over the world. But even then, as far as educationalists are concerned, it's a new normal scenario in education is coming up, where technology plays a vital role, or the latest ICTs, information communication technologies, plays a vital role in reaching students and equipping both our teachers and students to better learn. So my talk for the day would be around this aspect of education. How can we make our education in the new normal lifelong, and also what exactly has happened as far as digital transformation of education as it as it has happened. Okay, so when we speak of ICT, as we all know, is latest technologies, or it's an educational term moreover, whereas the industrial term is IT, information technology, but ICT is a very familiar educational term. And how can we, in fact, in a way, I'll be speaking the general aspects of ICT. So to begin with, See, when we speak of ICT in education, it is education basically consists of teaching learning process, assessment, professional development for both teachers and students, and also administration. And in the case of teaching learning process, okay, as far as when we involve or when we use ICT, it consists of content delivery and also creating the content. So we have a lot of applications here shown for the content delivery, okay, and we have a lot of applications shown for creating the content, the tools, the authoring tools, and also different websites and applications which can be used for creating the content. So that is teaching and learning aspect. Then when we speak of education, it is the assessment. How can we use these latest ICTs technologies to assess our learning, both for summative and formative assessments? Then for professional development, especially for teachers, how teachers can develop professionally, okay, using the latest technologies. We have a lot of applications are given here, websites, and of course administration. If administrators are attending this conference, of course I'm sure that we have an automated office, we have an automated library, and the whole administrative work are now digitally automated. So, but we'll be concentrating mainly on the content delivery and creating the content, and also the professional development aspect of ICT in education. And this is a slide which shows almost a comprehensive view of the different tools and different, applications for ICT in education, especially for content delivery and creating the content, because creating the content is also very important. Otherwise, it was often designed by the curriculum makers, the one who makes the curriculum and syllabus. But now, so the teachers will have to indulge themselves in creating the content for and to find out the right platform for delivery. So this is ICT in education. But COVID has changed us a lot. The influence of COVID on education. See, let's have the negative influences first, because everyone is lamenting over that. The negative influences. For example, the closure of institutions, the institutions are closed, increasing compulsive use of electronic devices. See, whether you like it or not, you are compelled to use these electronic devices, both for students and teachers. And students, I should say, they are digital natives. And hence, for them, it is quite easy, but at least some of the teachers are finding it a bit difficult, or they are new to them. These devices are quite new to most of our teachers. Effect on general well-being. We are very much concerned about our well-being, us and our relatives and friends. Social disengagement is there. We are not going out. We are not having what you call get-togethers, club activities. Nothing is happening. So that is also negative influence. Denial of extracurricular activities. That's another thing. And now we should also think of online extracurricular activities. Okay, so denial of extracurricular activities, exposure and experience is also on the negative side. Okay, we have another kind of exposure happening through digital equipment, but often the exposure and experience that we had in the old normal is not there. Teacher student disconnect is also there, though we are trying to connect them through these kind of different, the latest technologies. There exists a teacher student disconnect. Challenges in sustaining relationship is also there. Creating a sense of insecurity and uncertainty is there. Of course, because so many deaths are happening all over the world. So these are all negative influences. But as far as a positive outlook is concerned, especially in education, opening new avenues in the field of education. A lot of new avenues has been opened, okay, which were otherwise not known to us, paving the way of learning new resources. See, we have come across a lot of new resources which was there but never explored, are now being explored, giving an opportunity to experience new technology interventions. See, we are experiencing so many technology interventions, okay, both at asynchronous and synchronous level. Both are the live. Synchronous level, of course, is the live when teachers and students are live at the same time. okay, asynchronous, when they can access our material, maybe, okay, synchronous, we have, of course, Zoom is there, we have a Google Meet, we have WebEx, Cisco WebEx, we have Microsoft Teams, and on the other side we have asynchronous, means like Moodle, classrooms, Google Classrooms, Edmondo. There are so many, WhatsApp, etc. So here, and then enabling learning new skill sets. Most of our teachers and students are now learning new skill set to meet the situation, reinforcing the need for continuous learning. That's something really interesting, a lifelong learning process, okay, through digital, whether you work, because when you use ICTs, it is learning at any time, anyway. So any pay, and the pay is also different. So reinforcing the need for continuous learning, creating totally new education vertical. Okay, vertical education, of course, I take it from the Microsoft, where we speak of vertical education is teaching different age groups at the in the same class. Different age groups are what you call taught in the same way, and different capacities are also met. A kind of vertical education. So these are the positive outlooks as far as COVID is concerned. So, but there are student perceptions and reasons for, and but there is a lot of disengagement, I am sure. Most of us teachers are what they call have this kind of hurdles, or we are facing these difficulties. A lot of student perceptions and reasons for disengagement are these: ineffectiveness of virtual classroom and learning outcomes. Most of our students think so, these classes are not that effective, okay, and teachers also have this. Then teacher taught mindset, that is another problem for our students. Both our teachers, see, it is they finally we should change our mindset. Okay, so it's not the skill set, but the mindset which is more problematic. So teacher taught mindset, because both teachers and students think that teaching learning can take place only in the classroom, that also face to face. Okay, so that has to be changed, and that is changed now. Then limitations of interaction is of course there, because it's online. So again, the social emotional side of learning is also affected a bit. Absence of community feeling as at a class atmosphere. See, when we are in the class, of course we have a community feeling, that is also lost. Sense of isolation is there. You are just, now I am speaking to the screen and you are listening me on the screen. So sense of isolation is there, of course, because that what I call coming together is not there. Some unconducive home environment, that is also a problem. All of the students and the teachers may not have a conducive home environment for teaching learning process, because often teaching learning process was happening in the classrooms, in the colleges, in the universities. Then there are challenges of technical glitches like bandwidth problem, desktop capability problems are there, inadequacy of resources, requirement of more than one laptop. Often when at home there are one or two children, and father and mother, if all of them are engaged in the education or the teaching learning process, of course it's a big there's a difficulty there. Of course, we have to depend on the weather. See, we are having very, rains here in India. Especially in Kerala, heavy rains. There are floods. Okay. Then power situation. Okay, power failures will also affect us. So these are all other reasons for student disengagement. Then lack of individual attention often. Teacher learner responsiveness is also little. Computer fatigue. See, when you speak, when you spend a lot of time on computer, that makes you tired, your eyes are often affected. Then the content conflict, when content come one after the other, so we need to change a bit. The content conflict is also there when it comes one after the other on screen. So what can be done? That's it. What can be done to meet these situations? Maybe it's like this: how to address the student concerns as we are teachers. Prepare students for the change they will undergo by induction programs. That's something very important. I think many universities are doing it now. Prepare the students for change they will undergo by the induction programs. Do not force, compel, or pressurize by overloading academic sessions. That's another thing which we can do. Okay, let's go in a small, in a slow pace. When till the teachers and students get accustomed to this. Readjust pace of teaching. That's also important. The pace will have to be readjusted. Then create student familiarity by facilitating face-to-face online ice-breaking sessions are also, if needed, be shorten class duration. If you are giving 1 hour class, shorten it to half an hour. Give extended breaks in between the sessions, which will help the students to take the content conflict won't be there. To clear inhibitions and anxiety, create small group mentorship sessions will also help the students. Use of social media like WhatsApp for informal interaction offline with faculty. That will also help the students a lot. About teachers to make and to create ease. Then enhance faculty role in classroom from fire and forget to guide and mentor. So gone are those days where teachers were considered to be sages on the stage. Teacher is not a sage on the stage, but a guide on the side. So let's forget about this fire and forget, and let's guide and mentor our students. Okay, let's be facilitators. So this is one change. And COVID-19 has a lot of educational implications for teachers. A tremendous challenge to teachers. I should say they are not, in fact, challenges. They are, in fact, opportunities and possibilities for teachers to rethink our basic tenets. Teachers should basic beliefs and principles of teaching learning process. To deploy media in creative and productive ways. Now we have a lot of media with us. Okay, we can bring in a video so easy to the class. We can integrate a video, audio, or we can bring the whole world to the classroom. The concept of a new good teacher would be not a person who thinks four walls of the classroom is world, but a person who can bring world into the classroom. And how can we bring world into the classroom? Through media, latest media and ICT. To restructure education, to respond progressively and constructively to the social and technological changes. That's what we teachers are supposed to do. Okay.
I'm sorry,
And
sir. The time is almost over.
oh, sorry, sir. Maybe I take 2 to 3 minutes, 3 to 4
Yes.
minutes. Yeah. So impact of ICT. When I speak of impact of ICT, there is a big change happening. We need to change the way teachers teach and the way students learn. Both will have to change. See, the teacher will have to shift from knowledge transmitter to because that was in the face of class, to a learning facilitator, collaborator, coach, knowledge navigator, and co-learner, and especially a coach. A coach takes care of both three domains: thinking domain, and also the what do you call, the affective domain, psychomotor domain, etc. But often a knowledge transmitter thinks only about the cognitive domain. Teacher controlling, see, from a teacher-centered classroom to a student-centered classroom. That is this. See, the learner at the center, and it is the duty of the teacher to introduce all these different sources of information to the student, a learning facilitator. And see, there are a big change will should come over to our classrooms, because in the classroom earlier in the old normal, it was understanding and remembering which happened in the classroom. We were giving them classes, okay, all to the time, and applying. The higher cognitive levels were not properly met often. But in the new normal, see, out of the classroom, okay, remembering and understanding out of the classroom, we can have the classes delivered online or offline, and the time that we get in the classroom can be made use of, because for applying and what do you call, analyzing, evaluating, creating, etc. That's because we don't get the whole students in the class at the same time because of social distancing norms. See, in India, we have gone for maybe 33% of the students can attend. So they will be attending in 3 sessions. So the general class can be delivered online or offline, and then classroom can be used for developing higher cognitive skills like applying, evaluating, and creating. Now, one very important thing which I would like to tell you towards the end is who you become COVID during 19. Okay, have you become? CDC said that 50% of our people are what do you call, grab toileting paper. You might have seen in European countries complaining about having to sit on the ass, wasting time. Is this over yet? Complaining, grumbling, and sleep until 12 hours every day because something most of us have nothing to do. But another group, 40% have entered the learning phase. Use the time to learn new things. Find to stay productive. Find ways to stay productive. Give what you can control. Just give up what you cannot control. Take action with your extra time. Live in the present, not in the future. Okay, not complaining about the future, and work hard. But see, just 10% have entered the growth phase. Plant a seed for something amazing. Identify this time as potentially life altering. Use the time to build something that will have value for the rest of us. Become mentally tough, become great time management, become great at time management. Develop major skill set, change your life and work smart. Okay, that's it. So we have to work smart. In the higher education, these are the threats. For example,
Sorry,
we have
sir.
the SWOT analysis. Yeah,
Excuse
it's right.
me.
Yeah, it's all
Yeah.
over 1 minute. Okay, so autonomy and manpower. This is the you can read from the screen the SWOT analysis. What we need as far as in the so to wind up, I would say I would say that it is a major skill set. Okay, it is supposed to be the mindset. It is not. Let me tell you the skill set that is more important, but the mindset of our teachers, students, and administrators to use technology effectively in our teaching learning process. So it is not just what you call the hardware or the software that matters. It is a human way. It is a human way to the individual teachers better. Capability and capacity to arrange classes on available technology. So that's all. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I wish everyone a happy teaching and learning. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Fergus, for very powerful presentations. And ladies and gentlemen, we know that COVID-19 has totally impacted all aspects of life, including education, as I mentioned before. Both technical aspects and non-technical aspects impacted. One solutions, now we start to use technological tools for skills, for still surviving the daily schedules of class, maybe your classroom and also educations. And I think as Mr. Fergus explained before, that ICT is the solutions, information communication technology is the solutions, and how to improve the class and also the educations using the ICT very well, not only just a label name, but also the skills and also powerful situations. Okay, Bapak dan Ibu yang terhormat, bahwa kejadian atau bencana COVID-19 di Indonesia, bahkan di seluruh dunia saat ini, mungkin juga berpengaruh terhadap dunia pendidikan, dan sebagian besar pendidikan saat ini dilaksanakan melalui daring. Oleh karena itu, dengan adanya ICT atau teknologi komunikasi dan informasi, kita sangat terbantu. Bahkan mungkin berbagai macam masalah terkait dengan hilangnya akses pendidikan terkait dalam situasi pandemi seperti ini dapat teratasi oleh adanya teknologi informasi dan komunikasi seperti yang dijelaskan oleh Bapak Fergus tadi. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, ladies and gentlemen, now we start and also continue to the very interesting question and answer sessions, and we are inviting you all to send your very best questions to our chat box, both in our Zooms and also in our YouTube live streaming. Now we have several kinds of questions. Before I start to the other questions, to the questions for the speakers, I would like to reinvite again, Mr. Sharif. Are you there? Hello.
Yes, Professor Sharif still in the room.
Professor Sharif, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, and also the second one, Mr. Galal, Dr. Galal, are you there?
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, I am there. Yeah, I am
okay.
here.
Okay. We have several questions, and the first one, this question is addressed to Mr. Sharif, Professor Sharif. This is the questions: how to stabilizing the internet connections on IC to strengthen the motivation of online educations. This is because sometimes our team members are solid, but the technology are not conducive. Because we know in several parts and also several areas in Indonesia, we have like constraint related to the internet connections and how to solve that problem. Maybe Mr. Sharif could answer right now. The time is yours.
Well, the question is a very good question. Actually, regard this issue, almost of country suffer from it. Actually, when we establish the management information system or any system, we have to have infrastructure that support this system. So maybe another field such as what we call it software or computer engineering can handle such this problem via satellite and via another techniques you can use to strengthen such this connection. But in our field or in our domain, our rule came after you establish a good infrastructure, not before. That's it.
Okay.
You get my point?
Yeah, I got your point, but for I think this is for the further questions related to the risk as you mentioned before. I'm wondering about how to solve the problems, how to face the risk, as you mentioned that there are several kinds of risk, which means that we could receive the risk, we could maybe decrease the risk and something like that. I don't know, several parts of how to face the risk. Could you relate it to the problems related to COVID-19?
Yeah,
how
sure.
to solve? Do you think that different countries should pursue the different kinds of risk, the different kinds of facing the risk?
You talk about what we call it a specific domain in education, especially education, or in general?
Sure. I mean that we should focus to the educations because this is the education background.
Great. Actually, when I mention business means a generic form. Education is a subset business. Okay. So, for example, this COVID-19, to be honestly, actually, I see as a good opportunity, not a threat at all. First of all, now we benefit from new technology that support educations like this, what we call it online, okay? On campus only or physical or traditional way for teaching, we have to go for online. And online, I think it will change a lot of side. For example, a lot of countries cannot recognize online certificate. Now, I think the USA started to recognize qualification more than the certificate. This is a very good step for a good education and a good future. So I think almost of the country should go in that way. So if we look to the COVID-19 as a risk by the traditional view of management, I think today I confirm that we have to change this view. We have to see this COVID or this pandemic as a positive side, as a good opportunities to re-engineer the educational way and the methods. So all these tactics, avoid threat, transferring a threat, mitigating a threat, we can use to deal with COVID-19, but it depends on your situation. Okay, and maybe you will use all of them together based on which aspect you need to handle. Okay, that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Serif, for your explanations and also your answer related to our background, especially educational situations in both in Indonesia and also overseas, because we know that education should have been impacted related to the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, we're gonna to the next questions, to the next presenter, Mr. Galal. This is, I think, a very simple questions, but very technical in our country, Indonesia. This is the question. How is the solution for students who are in remote areas to maybe to access the Minecraft as you mentioned before? Because in Indonesia, we have so many islands, we have so many parts areas, and you know that different areas will have different access of internet, of the technology and something like that. And how to reach the Minecraft, as you mentioned before, to the remote areas in Indonesia, and also it might be in other countries. The time is yours.
Thank you. That's a really good question. In fact, the concept of education has been changed during this hard time. Nowadays, I think it's not important where you are to start learning. COVID-19 showed us that we can learn from any place at any time you want. And I agree with Professor Sharif when he said that all the world is going to change their point of view on the online certificates and the degrees, and they may in the future, in the near future, they will consider it as a normal education. I believe that being in a remote area or doesn't mean that I should be neglected and I don't have in my rights to learn and join schools or even university. But let me say about our experience here in Qatar. For students who didn't have the equipment or access to the e-learning, the Ministry of Education, through its collaborations with the telecommunications networks here in Qatar, has provided computers, tablets, laptops, and hundreds of broadband devices for internet access to students who needed them, for home-based learning during remote learning for I think from the beginning of April until May. To sum up my speech about this point, I do believe that it's the responsibility of the government to support all students during this hard time with all let me say internet devices that can help them to contribute and continue their learning. And until this happens, they can use free platforms, for example, like what we are using right now, Zoom or Google Classrooms, and they can implement Minecraft or even any application in these free platforms. Thank you very much.
Okay. As you said before, Mr. Galal, that the Minecraft could be accessed easily. Yeah. Sorry, could you wait for a moment? Okay, let's continue. Mr. Galal, you said that the Minecraft could be implemented easily. What is the constraint, and also what is the I don't know the weaknesses of everyone that cannot access the Minecraft easily? Maybe is it feasible for all kinds of the communities, or maybe is that a community, maybe the very vulnerable community that cannot access the Minecraft as well?
No, all of us can access this game and start making use of it in teaching learning process. All what you need is just computer and internet. That's all.
Okay. Then I think it is such a must to also apply the Minecraft technology in our education, right?
Yeah, the concept of gamification has become one of the most important parts of education nowadays, that you can see most of new generations play most of their time. So we can make use of this this point. Their interest is in using games, but we can use it in education.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Imagine you can design your lesson or subject depends on PUBG game. So
okay.
what do you think they are going to do?
Okay, PUBG banyak diterapkan.
Something like that, yani.
oleh kita.
I'm talking in
PUBG
general about gamification, yeah.
Yes, PUBG has been, I don't know, has been applied with by so many people in our country.
Yeah.
So I think the Minecraft for education is feasible to be applied and to be implemented, right? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, Mr. Galal, for your very interesting explanations and also answer. We will continue to the next presenter, to the next speaker, Mr. Farhes. One question for you. I think technology should be, I don't know, synergized with the character of everybody. And this is the questions from the participants. How the teacher could do the character educations to the students, as now we still depend on the technology and technical knowledge by ignoring the behavior on it. Yeah.
So the question was regarding character formation, right?
Yes.
Okay, right. See, we think that again, that's a question of mindset. What are we doing in our face-to-face classrooms? We are helping them. Okay, that the emotional, of course, way of doing it in the classroom. But recently, I've heard one or two classes where, I mean, teachers can do it online too. Okay, right. But see, we are all not promoting 100% online teaching. See, in the new normal, of course, the students will be coming to the classes and we will get the time to interact with them face to face. So when we will go for a kind of blended classrooms where teaching learning, the content delivery can be easily done over, online or offline through these kind of different platforms. And the time that we get in the classroom, as I said, can be made use for discussions and community living, community, what do you call, character formation, etc. Okay, so and a lot of responsibilities are shifted to the students too. Okay, and the parents also have a role in what do you call, for in the formation. So naturally, I think if we take it as a group work, okay, parents, teachers, and also students on their own, I think things will be as usual. We can proceed without much difficulty because flipped classrooms are going to be the in order in the new norm, where content delivery, of course, online or offline through technologies, and the time that we get in the classrooms can be used for these kind of character formation, discussions, and development of their creativity, etc. That's what I think, so.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fargas, for the explanations and also the answer. I think the time is over for the question and answer sessions. We are very happy and also we are very thankful to Mr. Professor Sharif, Mr. Galal, and also Mr. Farkas for very nice presentations and also explanations related to various kinds of educational backgrounds related to your backgrounds and how to, maybe this is focused to the how to deal with the pandemic situations, and Professor Sharif focused to the how information system management should be implemented to strengthen the business, and also Mr. Galal explained about the using of Minecraft in educations, and the last one, Mr. Farhes, Professor Farhes explained about the ICT or information communication technology in educations. Okay, thank you very much for the previous presenters. And
Thank you very much.
Okay, and then we try to continue to the next session of international conference today. And for the second session right now, we have four speakers. The first one is Dr. Amitat Vikram Dwivedi from Sri Mata Vaishno Devi University, India. And the second one, Dr. Andi Asrifan, coming from University of Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo Rapang, Indonesia. And the third one, Chris Tezita, coming from Department of Education, Batangas Province, Philippines. And the fourth one is Dr. Mutmainnah coming from University of Al Asyariah Mandar. We are very happy for also this is interesting speakers and also presenters for this session. And I would like to start from the first question, first speaker for the session, second session. This second session, he is Dr. Amitat Fikram Dwivedi. I would like to read first the CV. Maybe the first I would like to invite Dr. Amitat. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Dr. Amitat Fikram Dwivedi is a University Faculty of Linguistics and heading the School of Language and Literature at Sri Mata Vaishno Devi University, India. His research interests include language documentation, writing, descriptive grammar, and the preservations of rare and endangered language in South Asia. Maybe especially, I don't know, Indonesia is not included. The National Digital Library of India and the LI, MHRD, feature his 11 lectures in the public domain. Also, the UNESCO Atlas of the World's Languages in Danger refers to his two works on the Badar Wafi language at its official website. Okay, maybe I will continue to this. His most recent books are, the first one is A Grammar of Sarazi, and the second one, Dogri and its dialect, and the third one, A Grammar of Hadati, and the fourth one, A Grammar of Badarwari, and the title. Sorry, could you? Okay. So you also write poetry, right?
Yes.
Oh, this is very nice and also very romantic. I mean, I don't know. Okay. All kinds. Okay. As a poet, he has published numerous poems in different anthologies, journals, and magazines worldwide. Until recently, his poem "Mother" has been published as a. Okay. Maybe you should also read your poem about a mother. I think in the closing. I think that's interesting.
Yeah, okay. After this, after the session, like all the presenters, once they present their paper, and during the question answer session, I will read my poem.
Okay, I think that will be very interesting. Okay, Mr. Amitat, Dr. Amitat Fikram Dwivedi, the time is yours. Please do your presentations.
Okay.
I will make you as a co-host.
Yeah, please allow me to share my screen.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Let me make it full screen first. Yeah, so the title of my presentation is Employing Cognitive Strategies on Online Reading and Note-Taking. As you know that most of the time we are reading on computer, we are taking our iPads, iPhones, or other smart gadgets that we have, and we are using those gadgets in reading. But generally we take this entire reading activity as a product. My emphasis on that, if we take reading as a product, then we will miss the process. If we catch the process, then we will get to know what is there in the reading. So how we can maximize through making reading a process and get what is there in the text. This is basically the idea of this presentation that I am going to present. And for that, I'm employing cognitive strategies. And as you know that cognitivism is a theory of learning. And when we take into consideration learning, then learning is a conscious effort. And learning requires the use of memory, reflection, thinking, abstraction, metacognition, and motivation. So these are the terminologies, these are the concepts that are associated with cognitivism. And cognitivism generally makes active mental processes. So it deals with active mental processes. It doesn't deal with the behavior or the imitation that we have. And information processes, generally, they are seen as the foundation of learning in cognitivism. And we will also agree that whatever the information we get, for example, I am giving this presentation, this is also in a form of an information, and this information remains for a fraction of second in the sensory store. If it is not transferred to active memory instantly, it is lost forever. So now when I talk about that, we need to take reading process as a process and not as a product. My emphasis on that how whatever we are reading, how we can transfer that reading into active memory. So that means like how to actually utilize that entire process, or how to initiate that process if many of you, many of the audience, they are not aware of reading practice. Now, as we know that it is also a responsibility of a teacher to facilitate this this reading process and to facilitate learning overall. So from the cognitivist perspective, it is important for educator to create condition and strategies for learners that facilitate connections between new information and information already in long-term memory. So there is a matching or there is a bridge. Teacher needs to make a bridge between new information and the old information. Old information is always there in the long-term memory, and new information, if it is not channelized, it will lost forever. So there are certain pre-instructional cognitive strategies that can promote the learning and retention of new information and thus support the learning process. So we agree that the role of teacher is important, and these are certain cognitive strategies that we have: repetition, organizing new language, summarizing meaning, guessing meaning from context, using imagery for memorization, developing argumentation thinking. So these are general processes that we have. And then like this is one such process, reading process, that we can initiate. Like in this process, as you can see, there are two columns. One column is in the yellow and another column is in the red. This entire thing is the explanation of what is there in yellow and red. And the margin, the topmost margin is for the bibliographic detail. So let's say any text, whatever the text you are reading, you need to write the bibliographic details on the top. And what is that bibliographic detail? You need to write author's name, surname, initials, like the title of the book or the article, journal, publisher, place, page number, date of publication. All such things you can write here on the bibliographic details. So you can make your screen or a window file like this. You can make two columns like this, and one above topmost column for the bibliographic details. Then on the left hand side, you need to write the paraphrase the notes and the summary of important information, certain quotations if you want to write that you later on use or you want to remember. And you can also write in the notes the page numbers and other informations, like you can also mention like second paragraph, fourth line, all such information you can write here. And in this right hand side column, you need to write the comments on information. Now this entire thing, what you will do during reading. Obviously your reading speed will become slow, but here you are treating reading as a process and you are not treating reading as a product. So in this process, let's say you are reading one paragraph on page number 46, then the things that you will write here on in the notes column, and here you will raise certain questions, you will record your response or thoughts, or let's say you think of something related to that particular text that you can also write. You can so there is no need to paraphrase everything. You use telegraphic language, you use certain words. So it's not like everything that is in the text you need to write, and you only need to write what is relevant there. So this is one such reading process that you can do while reading, and it is also facilitate your note taking. Then another such process is of mind mapping. So when you read something, how you can you can draw what is going on in your mind and what are the various connections. As you can see here, let's say I'm studying creative language or creativity. Now, what I have done here, this is my mind mapping. So when I talk about mind mapping, it's like something that is comprehensible to you. There is a possibility that whatever I have written here, it is not comprehensible to the audience. But you are not mapping the mind of your audience, but you are mapping the mind of your own. So here I have written some bibliographic information. I have written certain few words that are defining what is creative language and what is not creative language. I make certain allusions, certain references like linguistic anthropological notion that is also associated with that, and other such related thing I have done. So this is also a cognitive strategy while you can undertake, while you can do during reading. Then this is another, once you are dealing with a story, once you are dealing with let's say novel, once you are dealing with let's say a narrative poem, then this type of story map you can develop. So you have a setting, characters, problems, plot and events, and resolution. So this is another strategy you can do, you can initiate during reading and note taking. Then this is another such process that is known as the visualizer. So here you can find lots of box stars there. Certain box are a bit rounded, certain are rectangle. So here again you need to use what's going on in your mind and how one concept, one notion is associated with other. So this is another reading and note taking methodology that you can use. Then this is the Cornell method that you can also use during reading and note taking. In this method, there are 3 columns, as you can see. So in the bottom there is a summary column, and in the left Q columns, and you have notes column that you have. So in the Q columns, what you will write after the class, the student writes down questions and cues which can be used later for review. When you study, cover the notes column and review using the notes in the Q column, that you can also do. In the notes column, the student records lecture notes, making use of as much as of shorthand as possible, and space leaving chunks information in order to fill in the details later on. So this is how you can use Cornell method as well as a reading process, or making your reading as a process and a note taking. There is another method that is known as T method, and as you can see here, it is in the form of this T. So on the top you can write topic, dates, page number, etc. And in the left hand side you can write the steps for examples or practice problems are listed on this side. And when I say you can do this, that means like whosoever is reading that can utilize, even the student or the teacher, or like as a professor, whatever you are reading, you need to use the margin on the top, left hand side, right hand side. You need to just talk to the text. You need to interact with the text. You are not simply silently reading the text, but you are just doing something at the same time while you are reading a text. To record notes for yourself or questions you need to have answered. So these are the things that you can use in T method. Now the last and the most important part that I'll give you that I'll give more time, that is how to develop argumentative thinking during reading, because you are a thinkful reader. You are not a reader who is accepting everything that is there in the text. You need to cross question many things. You need to provide your own interpretation. You need to provide your point of view. Sometimes those point of views are matching with the author's point of view, or sometimes they are contesting. Sometimes they are against the author's point of view. So here the concept of heteroglossia that was given by Mikhail Bakhtin is very important. And what is heteroglossia? That multiple languages of various social groups that a novel must be composed of. So generally this term Bakhtin has given for a novel, and in a novel we have multiple interpretation. So similarly we have an ideological theory, or when we are dealing with some other concept, and we have our own view that we can also include under heteroglossia. So the bottom line is that without interaction, it is impossible for an individual to have a sense of self. So basically, it is also related to your understanding of the world, how you understand the world when you talk to the text, when you communicate with the text, when you interact with the text, and it can be both in in agreeing with the author or contesting with the author. To proceed further, yeah, so what you need to understand that during argumentative writing, you are not basically damaging or diminishing the text, but you are producing more meanings. And those more meanings will give you a lucid understanding of this entire text. So you are not doing reading as a product, and you are not doing reading in isolation. That means you are having a dialogue with the text, and this thing, a dialogue and an argument, having an argument is very much related to the democratic connotations, incorporating the free and continual exchange of ideas among those who are equal in power. It is also our democratic right and responsibility to find something to say. So if you are reading a text and if you are not saying something to the text, that means you are not argumentative, you are not developing any argument, and you are not having a dialogue with the text. So this is the very important cognitive process. So what is basically an argument? So argument is a continuous process. One utterance follows another, progressing or perhaps regressing by return. And what is non-argument? When only one side is speaking and other people are not allowed to give their opinion. For example, this webinar is very much a democratic and an argumentative type of structure, where speakers are speaking, providing their views, and after there is a question answer session. So this is how this entire seminar, this webinar allows the lecture to be transformed into a form of an argument, where its ideas are debated and exchanged. So similarly, you need to argue with the text. You need to say something new to the text, and how you can do this argumentative method. So there is the folded paper approach to argument that is devised by S.L. Mayer. And what is this approach? This approach is very simple. You need to fold a piece of paper into half vertically, or create a Word document with 2 columns. On the left side of the page, you will make statements about what the text is saying, and on the right side, you will question these statements. So how it works?
Sorry, sir. Time is almost over. Sorry.
Yeah, I think 5 minutes are remaining.
No, I think you just have like 1 minute or 2 minutes. Okay.
Okay, because
Yeah.
I have also started the timer and it says like 15 minutes, and I said like I need to speak for 20 minutes, I suppose.
Okay. Yeah, coach you. Okay. Yeah.
So my timer says like I have 5 minutes in 20 minutes, covering 20 minutes. Okay, so I start. So you
Just
can
continue.
subject any
Okay.
text. You can subject any text to this process, and you might attempt to collapse a sonnet into an analysis of every time, a short essay into every paragraph. A novel may be considered in larger chunks, or you might examine only the major monologues of a play. So this is basically, argument is not like a fight we use in day-to-day terms. It is not like a fight with a person, but it is like expressing your views. What do you think about it in a very homogeneous and in a congenial environment? It's like you are arguing with the text. You are just expressing what is your opinion, what you are expressing, what you think it's right, and why you are doing this, because you are treating this entire reading process, reading as a process and not as a product. So this is one example where I have used this folded paper activity, and this is Raymond Williams, The Country and the City. So I have taken this text into consideration and how you can do this. So what is there in The Country and the City? Basically, it's a prose, it's an essay. It analyzed the perceived dichotomy between rural and urban life through a survey of text from the 18th to 20th century with reference to economic and social history. So I have applied that folded paper approach here. So there is one paragraph. I have not written the paragraph, but the summary or my understanding of the paragraph in paragraph 1, in paragraph 2. And what in the right hand side I have done, I have raised my questions. I have raised my question related to paragraph 1. I have just raised my concern. So I am just communicating with the text. So this is like, this makes this entire reading process more fruitful. Then again, paragraph 3 and 4 that I have. And this is all about this presentation, and this is one general view that I have, that all of us are teachers, and when we go to the class, then we must have a supporting teaching material. Even if we are going online, then we must have some teaching supporting material with us, and we must utilize our time quite adequately. And the last thing is, like, our job is not only to teach these four skills: listening, reading, speaking, and writing, but we want to make our students a thinking being, so they can think for themselves. They can argue what's there. And with this, I end my presentation. Thank you, organizer, for giving me this opportunity, and thank you, Ikram Mustafa, for being such a wonderful convener. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Amitat, for very powerful presentations. You told us about the importance of reading and also note taking. In the social distancing situations, we know that comprehensive reading is another activity should be done to some needs, including educational purposes. Sometimes we got stuck to get the main idea from what we are reading. Dr. Amitat has explained several methods to success on online reading and also note taking for what we have read. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, jika ada pertanyaan terkait dengan apa yang telah disampaikan oleh Dr. Amitat tadi, bahwa beliau menyampaikan terkait dengan bagaimana caranya mengambil ide penting dalam sebuah bacaan yang kita baca, kemudian bagaimana juga membuat apa yang kita baca informasinya kita dapatkan seluruhnya seperti itu. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we continue to the next presenter. He is Dr. Andi Asrifan. Hello, Dr. Andi Asrifan.
Yes.
Are you there? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Before he start to explain, also to present his presentations, I would like to read his short CV. And Dr. Andi Asrifan is a lecturer in Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Muhammadiyah Sijangrang Rapang in South Sulawesi, Indonesia. And he is also a head of students and alumni affairs of Universitas Muhammadiyah Sijangrang Rapang. He received his PhD and also his master from State University of Makassar, South Sulawesi in 2018 and 2011 respectively. He received his bachelor degrees in Faculty of Teaching, Training and Education from Universitas Muhammadiyah Pade, South Sulawesi, Indonesia. Interestingly, he got sandwich-like scholarship in Northern Illinois University, USA 2015, published more than 20 research articles in leading journals, conference proceedings in Scopus and also Thomson Reuters. His research interest is in the area of English language training, teaching, ELT, ESP, linguistics, and the applications of technology in education. He is also a member of Laureate Cambridge Online Language Learning Research Network, and now he is a head of students and alumni. Yeah, as I said before, and he's an editorial board member and reviewer in some international and national journal. Okay, please welcome Dr. Andi Asrifan. And for the information, ladies and gentlemen, that Dr. Andi Asrifan will explain about designing ICT-based materials in language classroom, need analysis, and please welcome Dr. Andi Asrifan. The time is yours.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thanks to the rector, faculty and staff, to STIT Jombang, Urwatul Jombang, Jawa Tengah, Jawa Timur is Java. Thank you for the chance. Especially thanks to all the presenter who can join us together sharing in this event, share to care in this difficult time. Thank you to Dr. Urwatul Ayun for the invitation to us to sharing each other in this forum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Salatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. In this chance, let's get started for something that make us difficult and have this question since after teaching in our class or in our institution. Sometimes our learner of English, especially in English, feel that did you ever feel the content of the course didn't match of your expectation? In this case, sometime our colleges or the teacher or lecturer who teach or lecture English is not match with their expectation. In this case, they are, for example, they are in accountancy department or educational technology department, but most of the teacher or lecturer teach them general English. It's not their expectation or not based their needs. Sometimes this question arise, did you consider some content or activity where of a little use of interest for you? And then the last is where you ever ask about what you need in English for. This is the problem that most of the university or college and uh, doesn't don't understand about how important of need analysis in guide our student uh, 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 in learning, especially in English. So let's start it. What we are covered today in our sharing. So we will I will share about what is the need analysis itself, because I still uh, bring this topic because this is the core of how to make or design the material, the interesting material, the based on the student needs in our classroom. The second is a classification of needs. The third is process of need analysis. And the next is kind of information and sources that can support our data in designing the course in our classroom. Instrument and procedure. And the last is the some a practical example in need analysis. Let's move to next. The first is what is the need analysis itself? Based on David Neuron, 1989, 1988, need analysis is a familiar procedure for gathering information about learner and about the communication tags. And the Brown in 1995 underlined that systematic collection and analysis of all subject and objective information necessary to define and validate defensible curriculum processes that satisfy the language learning requirement of students within the context of particular institution that influence the learning teaching situation. And based on the James Dean Brown here, there are six keywords that we highlighted here. The first is need analysis is the systemic system. That's systemic, and need analysis is about all about the information necessary that we get to support the student learning in designing a course in the for the classroom. And need analysis is about the satisfy for of student in learning, especially in language curriculum or language class. And then the next is language learning requirement, and the last is a particular institution. This is about the what is the need analysis itself. Okay, let's move uh, uh, to the next about the history of need analysis here. The need analysis started from the 1969 to 17. Need analysis is the lexicostatistic or register analysis. And then based on some expert in 1969 and 70, the needs here is all about the list of discrete language item. And then move to the second page in 1978. We know about the MOMBIS communicative syllabus design. The needs here is a function and situation. And then the last in the late 1980s, that is based on the Hutchinson and Water in 1987. Needs here is about the linguistic item, function, and the learner perception and psychological construction. Okay, let's move to the next page here. Is classification of needs. Classification of needs here is we have there are many classes of classification of needs that we will talk much in the next slide. That is objective and subjective. That is perceive and feel. That is the process oriented and then product oriented. And the last is about the necessity, lack, and wants in the classroom. Next, the process in need analysis. There are 3 pages here based on the Brown, James Brown, that the process of need analysis first is we make the basic decisions in learning, and then gathering information and then using the information. The first is about the decision making. So we have 3 questions that will be lead us in getting the data. The first is who will be involved in our classroom, and then the next is what type of information should be gathered, and then the last is which viewpoint should be taken. Here, the answer who will be involved in our data of need analysis. The first is a target group. Target group here is the people about whom the information will be gathered. For example, the student in a specific department, for example, a non-English department like education technology, or social science and politics department, and so on. And then the next is audiences. Audiences is the people expected to act over the analysis. And the last is need analyzed. Here, the people responsible for the conducting the need analysis, and the last is resource group. People considered to be a source of information. And then, what kind of information should be gathered? This is based on the Brown. The first is the information should be discrepancy between the desired performance and actual performance, and then demographic here change desired by majority of those involved, and then analytic here what student needs to move on the developmental sequence, and then diagnostic here the weakness of lack in learner competence according to the specific or situation. And then the viewpoint here, based on the Brown's theory, there are some information about the situation needs and the language from the student, from the access student, in this case alumni, and then objective and subjective of the course, and the linguistic content and the learning process of the course. Here, some supporting data from the informative situation based on the Darnell event and Sojourn in 1998, where in the environmental situation here cover the target situation analysis, one present situation analysis, deficiency analysis or lack, learning needs, discourse analysis, one of course, and mean analysis. And this is just a chart as our guidelines how to design the effective English language teaching material. So we have two ways here in designing material. Sure, and exactly we have advantage and also this advantage. So in designing our own material, surely that's the material will be contextualizations, and then individual there should be individual needs, and then personalization and timeless. That's different with sure we have also disadvantage because that should be sometime lack in organization, and then the quality, because we have to need some expert to validate and then exam before we apply in our institutions. And then in time here we need much time to get
Yes,
the
and now I
data and
resume
then
my
also
conversation.
evaluate. Sorry. Okay, so we have some factor in designing our material here. The first factor is learner. Learner here we cover the need analysis that this is one component in to consider our material. Here we are talking now about the need analysis, and then some component here is a knowledge from the learner. Knowledge about the learner, we have to in design the material, we have to know about the knowledge of the learner. They are in the basic or the elementary, pre-intermediate, intermediate, and advanced. And then we have to consider about the learner experience, their first language, level of literacy, aspiration, interest, and purposes. And then the next factor is the curriculum and the context. In this case, a value to withhold, goal, and objective. And then the resources and facility. A teacher must be realistic. Access to resource will impact on decision material design, and personal confidence and competence. In this case, knowledge, experience, attitude, how to use guideline correctly. And then the last one is a copyright compliance. In this case, restriction, implementation, awareness. And then the last consideration is about the time. The time here talking about the sharing material, working in the team, and then organizing the material. So let's move how the process of investigating the learner needs. So we start from the target of our alumni. For example, if you are research about the need analysis of the student in education and technology, for example. So the target of work for our student after finishing their study in our college or university, for example, they will work for the government, for example, in designing for the designing curriculum, uh, uh, or in a bank, for example. And then we collect all the respondent, for example, from employer, from the bank worker, from the government, or the civil servant, or ESP teacher, or a lecturer, and then also the teacher, researcher, interviewer. And then we need uh, individual interview, and then after that we analyze about the communication needs, and then the learning needs, target need or learning needs in this case. And then after that we designing the curriculum here that cover context analysis, course planning, establishing principle for teaching and learning, formulating aim and objective, syllabus design, instructional material design, and sure assessment. And after that we implement our designing through the teaching and learning material in the classroom, or offline, or online, like right now. And then we do the evaluation. But the three process here, we have two circle. The circle one here, like a car classroom action research. Circle one is before mid test, mid-term test, including the mid-term test, and then after the circle two is after mid-term test, including the final test. This is the process of investigating on learner, the very simple of process in investigating the of learner needs. Let's come to what is some keyword that previously I explained about what is the target situation analysis or TSA. TSA is refers to a form of need analysis which center on identify the learner language requirement of the occupational or academic setting, and then LSA or learning situation analysis refers to subjective field and process-oriented needs, and also that's what the learner want to learn. And then the present situation analysis is about the strength and weakness in language skill and learning experience. And the last is about the mean analysis. Here is talking about involved information of local situation, in this case the teacher, teaching method, management, student specialty, to see how the language course may be implemented. Okay,
Sorry, Mr. Andy.
Yes.
Time is almost over.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I will move to the last here. So this is the kind of instrument of data collection. We getting data from of need analysis from the questionnaire, discourse analysis, discussion, structure interview, assessment test, observation, and meeting. So the last one is here how to analyze about the needs analysis. So here we have the 3 point here: lack, needs, and wants. So the lack is information about, for example, we want to know about the student one kind of skill in language, for example, writing skill. So we can know about the student skill through the test, and then needs here. So we do the observation and questionnaire, distribute the questionnaire, and then wants information about how we learned the information through the questionnaire interview. So in the finding, we found that in the test, the student are lack in punctuation and the student lack in vocabulary, and then through interview, in this case, student needs here, the student are eager to learn in writing, and then want more exercise in writing. In the questionnaire here, about how they will learn. So the student used to learn with coursebook, and then the student do not mind using authentic material. So the last is here just the consideration how to design also to support our course design. We have to now about the student learning style also, that some students have the visual way, auditory musical way, interpersonal, linguistic, kinesthetic, interpersonal, and mathematics. So this is the multiple agency that can help us to know the student learning style and then support their learning. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for Dr. Andi Asrifan as your presentations. That it is always wonderful to listen your presentation and also to hear your presentations. And I think that one sentence related to your presentation, that language classrooms need multi-platforms tools to teach. I think that as you mentioned about the topics of your presentations, you talk more about the ICT, or how to design ICT related to the materials in language classroom using the needs analysis. And thank you. Sorry, please. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Andi Asrifan, as the second presenter of the second sessions. And we will go to the third presenters. He is Christy Zita, coming from Department of Education, Batangas Province, Philippines. Are you there, Mr. Chris?
Yes, good afternoon. Yes,
good
afternoon,
Mr. Chris. Okay. Before you talk and also you present your presentations, I would like to read a little bit your short CV. And Dr. Christy Zita is coming from Department of Education, Batangas Province, Philippines. He is dedicated educator with extensive experience developing curriculum and delivering exceptional educational challenge excellence in secondary educations, and English instructions related to teach grammar and literature, educational leaderships, skilled mentor with success meeting needs of diverse students, and the classroom management. He create equitable rewards-based learning environment while establishing clear expectations for behavior, and key strengths, a talent for inspiring students to higher level of academic success. And in this in this conference, Mr. Chris Tizita would like to deliver his speech related to English language education through remote learning during pandemic. Okay, I think so many speakers talk and also present related to the COVID-19 pandemic. This is very interesting. And please welcome Mr. Chris Tizita. The time is yours, and I will make you as a co-host. Okay.
Okay, so is my presentation visible?
Yes.
Okay, so again, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for the opportunity given to be part of this international conference. Today, I'll be presenting information or articles about English language education through remote learning during this pandemic time. So the education department, of course, is the widely affected part of our society. So mainly my focus is on English language education through the more remote learning. Okay, so there will be two parts. So English language education. Okay, so we all know that English is one of the most dominating languages of the world, having its impact on every field of work. Undoubtedly, English play a much greater role in the world that it is inevitable for people to ignore it fully. So let us have these 10 reasons why English is such an important language to every individual and to any race or nationality. First, it's the most commonly spoken language in the world. So there are at least approximately 400 million native speakers. English is understood or spoken by at least 1 to 1.6 billion people. So with over a quarter of the world speaking the language, there's always someone to practice with, and especially when you travel. The next we have, it's the language of the international business. So most world business headquarters are predominantly in the financial hubs of the United Kingdom and United States. So English has been the default language of trade, as you can read in the history of language. So English is a dominant business language, and it has become almost a necessity for people to speak English if they are to enter a global workforce. Next, most movies are in English. So Hollywood is a powerhouse of global entertainment. So it's just natural that English would become the main language for movie making. Movies are often dubbed over or subtitled, but they really best enjoyed in the language in which they are intended. Fourth, it's easy to learn. I hope you agree with me with this. So the vocabulary is simple to understand, and it has developed throughout different languages regarding its evolution that is explained in various articles. Therefore, many speakers of those languages can see where concepts in English originated from and fast adapt to understand the basics of English. Fifth, it helps you understand other languages. English has a long, fascinating history that spans wars, invasions, and influences from around the globe. So cultures that have helped shape modern English include the Romans, the Vikings, and the French, making English language a hybrid language comprised of Latin, Germanic, and remote or Romance elements. Next, we have, you can say things in 100 different ways. One of English's best assets is its flexibility. You can often find many different ways to explain the same thing, and that is thanks to its wide range of vocabulary. It is said to have well over 750,000 words and is adding new ones every year, as mentioned in the article, according to the English language. It can be used around the world. English is also hugely important as an international language and plays an important part even in countries where the United Kingdom has historically had little influence. It is learned as a principal foreign language in most schools in Western Europe. It is also an essential part of the curriculum in far-flung places like Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, and many other countries, and is increasingly seen as a desirable by millions of speakers in China. Therefore, if you have the basics of English language, you can make yourself understood in nearly every corner of the world. It is flexible. Non-native English speakers who learn it as a second language often comment on how many ways there are to say things. That's because English doesn't discriminate. You can use it however you like. Countries like Singapore have taken this concept to heart, inventing an entirely new type of English called the Singlish or Singaporean English that has absorbed facets of other languages like Chinese and Malay. Next, 9, it's the language of the internet. So most of the content produced on the internet, 50% is in English. So knowing English will allow you access to an incredible amount of information which may not be otherwise available. 10, it continues to change. So selfie, hashtagging, blogging, COVID, and others, all these words, all of these words are not part of the original English language, but have already become valued members of the lexicon. So more than any other language, English countries to evolve and absorb new words that branch out often untranslated. So there are at least every year there are approximately more than 1,000 new and approved words that are added to the Oxford Dictionary. Okay, let's have now the trends and innovations in English teaching for 2018 according to Chia Xuan Chong. So which you can use in this time of pandemic. First, we have the blended learning. We are now in this time wherein we will be using this kind of learning. So blended learning, as teachers combine digital media with more traditional forms of teaching. Their course materials and resources reflect the trend. This is the combination of face-to-face teaching and online lessons. Online creative activities for blended learning emphasizes the interaction between teachers and learners. Next, we have mobile learning. So everyone or every individual has a mobile or a cellular phone. So online resources are more accessible with a mobile app or mobile friendly that turns vocabulary learning into a fun, competitive game that you can play with your friends. So next, we have gamification or the use of games through many forms of education, just like the one discussed by our brother, Muhammad Galal, about the Minecraft, using it into form of education. Next, we have embodied learning. So embodied learning is based on the idea that learning is not just about remembering. It involves using the mind and the body, collaborating, discussing, and exploring. So learners need to be emotionally, intellectually, physically, and socially engaged in this kind of learning. Next, we have inquiry-based learning or learning in a complex world. The scenarios that teachers come across in some course materials can seem simplified and unrealistic, leading us to wonder if we are adequately training our learners for real life in the 21st century. So in here, the learner have the capacity or the privilege to ask the teacher on how to do things the right way. Next, English as a lingua franca. When the concept of English as a lingua franca was first discussed by teachers, academics, writers, and trainers, it was quite controversial. But many refused to consider how the concept of English as an international language might fit into course materials and language teaching. Using elements of blended learning and gamification, so some pronunciation courses can be used to identify or to create or have a more fun learning in English. It's multi-literacy trans languaging. In global communities where English is a common language of communication, alongside other languages, knowledge of other languages is an asset. So rather than diminish the learner's first language, we improve the both languages, the original and the second or the foreign language. Supporting the learners of specific needs. As globalization takes hold, localization or the combination of globalization and localization becomes necessary. The more we understand individual learners' needs, the more we can tailor or create lessons fitted to our learners. Creating and sharing content. While there's much online content already out there, learners, some programs and apps allows learners to produce, of course, their own content and share what they have created with others. Then, learning and teaching management platforms, or the commonly named or called LMS, or the learning management systems or learning management platforms like Edmodo are increasingly popular. They give learners an online way on buying handouts, continue classroom discussions, and submit homework. So these tools may appeal because they seem shiny and new, but the true value of innovations lies in how much they can help learners to become better communicators in English, and the extent to which they can help teachers encourage learners in the most efficient and motivating ways. Let's proceed to remote learning. So here are the different types of e-learning. We have computer managed learning, or the CML, and computer assisted instruction, or the CAI. So these are computer managed learning systems operate through learning or information database, while the other one is computer assisted instruction. This is a type of e-learning which uses computer together with traditional teaching. So there's still the use or the presence of the teacher. Then we have the synchronous online learning and the asynchronous online learning. So synchronous online learning enables groups of students to participate in a learning activity together at the same time from any place in the world. Real-time synchronous online learning often involves online chats and video conferencing. While on the other hand, in asynchronous online learning, groups of students study independently at different times and locations from each other without real-time communication taking place. Next, we have the fixed e-learning and adaptive e-learning. So from the word itself, fixed e-learning is a fancy name for something you are likely already familiar with. Fixed in the context means that the content used during the learning process does not change from its original state, and all the participating students receive the same information, while adaptive e-learning is a new and innovative type of e-learning which makes it possible to adapt and redesign learning materials intended for each individual. Next, we have linear e-learning and interactive online learning. When referring to human-computer interaction, linear communication means that information passes from one sender to receiver without exception. In the case of e-learning, this becomes a very limiting factor as it does not allow two-way communication because the student only receives and doesn't have the opportunity to give feedback. While on the interactive online learning, there is an interaction within the teacher and the learner itself. So it's a two-way communication channel between two parties. Next, we have the individual or online learning and the collaborative online learning. So individual learning in this context refers to the number of students participating in achieving the learning goals. While on the other hand, from the word itself, collaborate, so they help one another, so they participate with the group in cooperating, in uniting, or in performing and creating different activities. Now let's go to some e-learning platforms that can use for online courses. especially for those who are professionals looking to improve their professional growth.
Excuse me, Mr. Chris.
Yes, maybe 2 minutes.
The time is almost done.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we have the Udemy, the Teachable, Wisik, Ruzuku, Educajum. So we have Learn Worlds, Think If, then Academy of Mind, CourseCraft, Skillshare, and then we have also the Coursera. These are e-learning platforms wherein you can improve your English efficiency or knowledge about the English language. But some of these are not for free. You need to pay. But then, of course, that value doesn't mean if you will be learning a lot from this. And then, of course, e-learning platforms are mediums that you can use for your online classes. So I have said already Edmodo, the Paper, Microsoft 365, Fifth Grade, Google Meet, Zoom, and then of course there are now the Facebook Messenger classrooms. These are the most oftenly used, of course, online platforms for online classes. But of course, some big schools or universities can employ their own learning management systems, which of course will adapt to the needs of their particular learners. Again, thank you very much from the Philippines. This is your keynote speaker, Chris Zita. Thank you and good day.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chris Tezita, as your very interesting presentations related to the importance of English educations, as we know that so many importance related to the language because of such international language and very communicative, and also we use for so many businesses and other kinds of needs. And you also explained about the blended learning, mobile learning, gamifications, and something like that related to how to put issue and also how to educate English for other people. And also you said related to the English educations during pandemic situations, as we have so many opportunity to teach and also to have the English educations during the pandemic situations using like the adaptive learning, interactive online learning, until the collaborative online learning. And that's very interesting. And I invite so many participants here to also ask your very best questions to Mr. Chris Tezita as related to the English educations. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue to the next presenter. She is Dr. Mutmainnah SPDI MPD. She is the lecturer of University Al Asyariah Mandar, Sulawesi Barat, or West Sulawesi. And hello, Dr. Mutmainnah, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Great.
Before Dr. Mutmainnah explain and also present her presentations, I would like to read a little bit related to her CV. Dr. Mutmainnah, she is an educational expert of education faculty of Al Asyariah Mandar Sulawesi, Mandar University, West Sulawesi, Indonesia. I will read complete of your CV, ma'am. And her undergraduate, master, and doctoral in English education. She is expert of research and development of ELT materials and literature. Her doctoral degree is in English language teaching, or ELT, through developing literature as are songs, film, novel, short story, poem, fable, and drama into the materials in the classroom. This is very interesting, I think. Her books products are English Cookies, English language teaching, literary works-based and literary manual instructions for English lecture in higher education. She is developing literature as English language teaching by using Azure model, integrated Gagne 9 event instructions, and so many kinds of your achievements and also your products of English, I think. And she was the chairman of language department of education faculty, and she is a public relation in her university, and member of Laureata International University of Cambridge, Oran, member of Association for Middle Level Educations, and also member of Lecturer Association of Indonesia, and member of English Lecturer Indonesia Associations. And her interest area of developing materials and cybersecurity. Okay, please welcome Dr. Mutmainah. The time is yours and giving your very best presentation.
Thank you. Wait, I share my screen, but I cannot find my PPT on my. Maybe you can allow me.
Wait. Because you have been the co-host for this opportunity.
No.
Wait.
I have problem to share my PPT. Actually, my PPT is open now, but I couldn't find in this.
You just share screen, could you?
Yeah, I know. I share screen
right now. Yeah. Okay.
But the PPT is not show in this share screen of the Zoom. What should I do?
Close it and open it again, please, Dr. Mutmainah.
Yeah. Could you close screen first?
Okay.
And then reopen. Okay.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. Stop sharing and then start sharing again.
Sure.
Ya, unmute dulu kembali, Dr. Mutmainah. Oke.
Cannot find my PPT here.
Kita dulu, kita kan sudah stop sharing. Setelah itu kita sharing kembali, pilih di mana PPT nanti di situ. Kan ada banyak di situ nanti yang mau di-share.
Coba
kan?
lihat dulu chatku, Kak.
Sorry, Dr. Mutmainah. Open a new PPT. Go to File.
I know.
Go to.
Kak, coba lihat dulu, Kak.
Sudah kulihat tidak ada muncul PPT, tak?
Iya.
Kasih.
Tapi
sudah terbuka PPT tak?
Iya, it's open like usually.
Langsung F5 saja PPT tak?
F5 PPT ku.
Oke.
Sorry. Wait.
F5 setelah itu baru kita sharing kembali.
Sharing kembali.
Oke, sharing kembali. Iya, sudah ada.
Wait.
Sudah. Sharing kembali baru pilih nanti di situ ada di situ yang tidak ada muncul.
Still white like I sent to you the picture before.
Okay.
Maybe you can allow another speaker until to fix it this problem.
Bisa dikirimkan Kak.
Yeah, you can send the PPT to Mr. Andi Asrifan. Maybe Mr. Andi Asrifan.
It will be difficult because I have some video to share to you, and then will be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Atau
so
begini.
Maybe you can allow another speaker. So
bisa close dulu kembali, bisa leave kembali, baru gabung lain kembali. Mungkin
saya leave dulu ya, saya refresh. Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Because Dr. Mutmainah is the last speaker for this session, and we cannot invite other speakers. That's okay. Just waiting for Dr. Mutmainah finish the technical situations. Oke, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, while we are waiting for Dr. Mutmainah finishing her technical situations, technical problems, I would like to inform you all that Mrs. Elena cannot join with us until now due to her businesses in her country. That she is called to the Ministry of Education in Russia. Unfortunately, she cannot join with us to talk and also to present in the first presentations in the first sessions of this international conference. Okay, thank you. Bapak dan Ibu semuanya, bahwa Dr. Elena tidak dapat bergabung dengan kita. Beliau merupakan pembicara pada sesi pertama pada International Conference di hari ini. Dan beliau akan tetap kita tunggu di sesi terakhir, sesi ketiga nanti. Jika memang akan hadir, beliau akan menyampaikan materi di sesi ketiga nanti. Terima kasih. Halo, Pak Andi. Halo.
Halo, ya, yes.
Ya. Dokter Mutmainah gimana ini, Pak?
Dia restart dulu kembali. Artinya kita pindah saja dulu, Pak.
Oh begitu. Oke.
Iya,
Mungkin kita langsung ke sesi tanya jawab, tapi nanti sembari menunggu beliau, kita akan menyelesaikan sesi tanya jawab. Kemudian setelah sesi tanya jawab selesai, kemudian presentasi oleh beliau. Begitu ya? Iya. Apakah suara saya terdengar jelas, Pak Andi?
Yes.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for still stay tuning in this online international conference. We are very happy to welcoming you always, and also we are very happy that you are available until from the first time of seminar until right now, and then we continue to the question and answer sessions after listening three presenters on the second session of this international conference. Okay. Dr. Amitabh, are you still there? Okay. And the second one, Dr. Andi, yeah, you are still there, and also and also Mr. Chris, are you still there?
Yes, still.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, this is the question for Dr. Amitabh. How about the future educations to the future generations? Hence, they could survive with the pandemic era, something like this.
Okay. What I have understood from this question, that how people or how the education or the people who are studying education, they will that will survive in this pandemic era. So first of all, the human beings who are facing this problem, if they survive, then obviously all the activities that are related to human beings, they will also survive, and education is also one such part. And when you use this term education, then I understand that you are talking about the formal education that you are actually talking about. Otherwise, we're all educated for the other. Our parents are our first educators, and they educate and they give us, impart us our mother tongue and other moral and socially relevant activities. So this is the basic fact. And what I have understood from your question, that you are concerned more about the live interaction in a classroom where teacher is teaching to the students, and students are directly interacting with the teachers, and you are more concerned about the survival of that type of environment, whether that type of environment will be regained or not. Definitely, that type of environment will be regained. Because this is only a few months interruption, and once the vaccine is vaccine is there, because yesterday I was reading that Russia will be the first country that will provide the vaccine to the entire world, and this vaccine will be ready by, I think, launched by 12th of August, and 12th of August is not very far, only 4 days. So once we are with the vaccine, and when we will become immune to this COVID-19 virus, then obviously all the daily activities that we are doing, we will resume those activities. Until then, what we are doing, like we are teaching online, and we are discussing in such a webinar and all such things. So we will continue with this. Otherwise, the future is very much secure, and definitely we will regain and resume our old duties, all habits, and we'll be in a safe environment, and education will go on.
Yeah. Yeah, we know that the COVID-19 pandemic situations will, will disturb and also will destroy so many systems that we have created before related to the educations and also related to the educational systems in our country especially. And do you think that there is such a, I don't know, such differences how to read and also how to the reading situations before the pandemic and after the pandemic?
Yeah, there is a marked difference between the situation that is pre and post pandemic, and but we human beings, we have this power and with this ability that whatever the difficult situation we have, we normalize that situation. And same thing is with the COVID-19, that now we have started calling this entire thing as a new normal. So we have this ability inside us inherently, because we are such a force that that have been living on this planet Earth for thousands of years, and we are progressing all time. So definitely there is a difference between, like, first difference is like you are not live interacting, and there is a possibility that you are not attuned to many softwares and this technology. But gradually we are learning many things from each other, from our colleagues, and we are adopting those things. But let me tell you one thing: if you are not creative, and if you have certain reservations for learning and doing something new, then obviously soon, either you are a student or a teacher, you will become obsolete. So you need to understand that uh, there is a huge difference between these two activities, and you should treat this post COVID-19 activity as a challenge, as an opportunity, that how you can develop yourself individually without any guidance as well.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Amitabh, as your uh, explain and also as your explanations. And we continue to the second presenter, Mr. Andi Asrifan, Dr. Andi Asrifan.
Yes.
Dr. Andi, yeah. So many lecturers and also students in Indonesia felt their difficulties to learn bahasa, to learn language, I think, and not only Indonesian language, bahasa Indonesia, but also English language as the international language, and maybe Arabic for some kinds of Islamic educational systems. And the important thing and also the situation is that not so many students studying language as their major, because they studied outside the language, but they should also understand about the language. How could you explain, and also how could you describe how to put language as the thing that should be I don't know, should be
Okay,
get
thank
together
you.
in our situations? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the question from the participant. We have to know that language is learning language is different with another sciences.
Yes.
I still remember that we have to consider uh, uh, how how children learn language. So the children learn language is they use their ear, not their eyes. That's why the best way how to master language is use your ear first, not your eyes. So that's why when I taught when I was, because I was a teacher in a senior high school before I moved to the university. In senior high school, I always motivate the teacher, not only in language, a teacher in Bahasa Indonesia, and also in Bahasa Arab or Arabic. So they have to prepare the material of their course in two languages, in Bahasa Indonesia and also in English. So that's why that's the best way I think to make the student always to see, and then always to listen some material in two languages, and then accidentally they learn language with unconsciously. So that's the best way I think in learning language, especially in English. So I have many experience, especially my student, they are in the higher semester in university. They said that they have learned language from elementary school for 6 years, and then junior high school for 3 years in Indonesia especially, and then for senior high school for 3 years, and then also they joined a course for several course, sometime from one course for 6 months, and then one course for 3 or 2 months, private also, but they couldn't speak and then learn or write in English well. That's why, because most of the curriculum in the school just focus uh, uh, on they grammatical. They don't consider about how language should be learned firstly. So learning language is different with learn science. We have to consider, just now I explained that, how the children can understand, for example, in Bahasa Indonesia, can speak Bahasa Indonesia without any formal language. How our children can learn Bahasa local language, for example, Java or Bugis without any formal courses. That's why that should be being our consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Andi, for the answer. There are several questions related to education, especially English educations, to Mr. Dr. Andi Asrifan, but I cannot give all to you, cannot deliver to you all. I think it's related to English language and how to I don't know how to mainstreaming the English language to all people, maybe to students in Indonesia, because when I ask to students that they have like high grade of high grade and high mark of their lessons, they always say that I got high mark on mathematics, I got high mark on physics, I got high mark on maybe on religions lesson, but I got like very difficulties in language, especially English language, and that's the constraint to that hampering their activity to do more related to the international scopes of their activities. What do you think about it?
Oh,
Yes.
fun. Yes.
Hello, Dr. Adi.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
sorry. I can hear unstable connection.
Okay, that's okay. Maybe how to mainstreaming English to the community, especially in our country, Indonesia, because it's not so I don't know, it's not so common to speak English, especially in our school.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I have explained before that every teacher, and then principal in the school should consider that language is different with sciences. Teaching language is different with teaching physics, biology, and another. So we have to consider that how children learn language. The children didn't join any formal class or formal course, but they can speak without they can and they can't write well. But that's the answer is use your ear first, not your eyes. We underline as our code that in learning languages, or what kind of language we want to learn, use your ear, not your eyes. Practice and practice a lot.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Andi.
You're welcome.
And then we continue to the next presenter. This is the questions to Mr. Chris Tizita. from this is the from the participant of this conference. How to respond to educations in the present with the pandemic situations, so that character educations in children, especially children, is not lost. Hello, Dr. Chris.
Okay. Yes. So
could you understand the question?
Yes, that's clear. Okay. So everyone is in asking how we can continue our education, especially with children, because we cannot just step our children or the students or the learners past this 1 year without being educated. So educating in this time of pandemic is a great challenge. But then from the many choices, from the many platforms, from the many forms of online learning, remote learning, so I think parents, teachers, and students should combine effort in order to at least continue educating, especially our young learners, so that they will not just be staying at home doing nothing or just doing games. So I think students nowadays are fun or more fun of using the technology because they find it pleasing and interactive. Because not unlike other students, as we know, different students have different needs. So we have the different 7 types of learners, just like Dr. Andy's presentation had presented. So mainly students nowadays are more of a visionary, or they use their vision in order to learn. So before, we use our auditory to learn, but nowadays, because of the technology, we tend to create more learning through the use of our eyes. So learning becomes more meaningful if we see something rather than hearing only particular topics or text or reading. So I think we can continue education or teaching the young ones through the concerted effort of the teacher, the student, and of course, the parents. All of these 3 have important role in continuing our education. So it means that education will continue and it will not die. Only the physical classroom will close, but then the windows to the knowledge will continue, because nowadays or the technology is here. We need to adapt, and as just like Dr. Bergi said, we just need to change our mindset, and we should embrace technology in education.
Okay, hello, Mr. Chris. Okay.
Yes.
That's all.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chris, for your answer. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying tuned in this international conference until now. And thank you very much for our 3 speakers for the second sessions, Dr. Amitat, Dr. Andi Asrifan, and Mr. Chris Zita. We are very happy to listening your and also to witnessing your presentations and also your explanations. Dr. Amitat focused to the how comprehensive reading is important. And the second one, Dr. Andi Asrifan explained about the language classroom needs multi-platforms tools to teach, especially in the pandemic era. And the third one, Mr. Chris explained the importance of English education using so many methods. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to
wait a minute, moderator. Can
Okay.
I try to share? If still not working, I will use another laptop. Right?
Okay, Dr. Mutmainah.
Allow me to share.
Yes, wait for a minute. Yeah. Okay, I will make you as a co-host.
Okay.
Okay, then you can share.
Wait. Nah, this is open.
Okay, could you join in the...
Can you see?
Okay, wow.
Okay.
This is interesting. And could you join with the third session?
So,
yeah, could you join with the third session, and you close the screen first? Okay. Yeah. Okay, Dr. Mutmainah will join with the third session of this international conference, ladies and gentlemen. Sudah 2 sesi kita mengikuti international conference ini, mungkin sudah pada capek juga dan letih, lelah, boleh diambil kopinya dulu, boleh diambil tehnya dulu.
Moderator semangat.
Okay, and then we will continue to the third session. But before that, as I promised to you guys, to you all, that Mr. Amitat, Dr. Amitat will read the poem related the title.
Sure.
Okay.
We're waiting for that.
Yeah.
Yes,
and I think
all
it
of us
just
are waiting.
take around 5 minutes. And Dr. Amitat, I will make you as
please allow me to share. Please allow me to share the screen so other will also see the poem. It's like a very short poem. Please allow me to share the screen as well.
Sure, it has.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
I'm reading this poem.
Okay.
Wow.
Mother.
The time is yours. Okay.
Oh mother, wipe your eyes as your son is alive. Don't think of death as poor mortals do. Remember, you are not only a mother, but a daughter too. And we all are paying a debt to, and we will do, to our beloved, beautiful country who seeks life in the veins of your son and in our blood. We live and die in her arms and are reborn in her breast. Oh mother, don't think of life as wretched mortals do. There is a life when we die for our land. God embraces us and keeps us in his hand. And we live only for our country. Wipe your eyes as I will never die as poor mortals do. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. Very excited of this poem. Thank you, Dr. Amitat, for this extra presentations, and I think this is very important, and I think this is very interesting. Best of luck of your products, of maybe of your books related to the maybe science fictions and fiction and something like that. Okay, thank you. Okay, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to the third session of this international conference. It will be started from the first speaker, Dr. Mutmainah. And then the second speaker is Gestoni P. Caprio, coming from University of Caloocan City, Philippines. And the third one is Dr. Muhammad Abdul Karim, coming from Cihan University, Erbil, Iraq. And the last speaker of this seminar is Dr. Haji Anis Humaidi, coming from IAIN Kediri, East Java, Indonesia. Okay, for the first speaker of this third session, will be started from Dr. Mutmainah. I have read your CV, and maybe this is the time for yours.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Okay.
Can you see now?
It works.
Okay. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. For the first, I would like to say thank you very much to the Rector of College of Educational Science, Urwatul Wutsqo, Jombang, East Java, Indonesia, all of the keynote speakers, and then the participant attending this international conference webinar. My name is Mutmainah. I am a lecturer at Al-Azhar Manda University, West Sulawesi. This is my identity. You can find me when you are click all of this number in this slide. Okay, today, oh, wait. I got problem, maybe. I cannot move again. Wait.
Just click on the PowerPoint.
Not move.
Could you move?
Okay. Moving. Thank you. Okay. My topic today, I want to share to you about the injected cybergogy in designing material of teaching. So today's menu we are discuss about cybergogy, digital teacher, and designing course material in teaching. Actually, my topic related to the Mr. Randy topic about need analysis, and this is I want to show you my experience when I developing or redesign the syllabus or the material based on the student need analysis. So let me show you about the first topic in this in my screen here about the cybergogy. I want to show you about the British Council survey. And this is the main finding. Most of the educator or teacher and lecturer in this situation during the COVID-19, they are still less or low ability to remote teaching. And this is based on them. They are state remote teaching. This is something new. Actually, this gonna happen not only in Indonesia, but this is the global situation all around the world. So Indonesia, don't worry. We are in the same situation, emergency in remote teaching by asynchronous or asynchronous. So let me tell you about the Indonesia condition today. There are 44 million students in Indonesia, and then 48 of these students, they are live in the rural area. So there are 50% of Indonesia area, we are in the blank spot. As you know that blank spot, we are unstable or don't have the connection or the internet when we are rolling down our education delivered by the internet. This is our challenge today to face about remote teaching or emergency remote teaching in during the COVID-19. So, well, I'm gonna tell you about the policy of our ministry, Education and Culture Ministry, about the Merdeka Belajar. This is the trending topic in this month about Merdeka Belajar policy from our ministry. How to redesign and modify and developing our curriculum, our material into or based on the student need. This is related with Mr. Andy and my topic. So let's have a look about the foundation or the theory in educational sector about the cybergogy. Cybergogy, this is educational activities using instructional technology, online or offline, or maybe this namely synchronous or asynchronous strategy. This is independent of time and place and student-centered and outcomes-oriented. Remember, we are as educators, we have a belum taxonomy as a learning outcome to supporting 21st century skill for our student to face the global challenge today. Well, pedagogy, this is the combination between, cybergogy, this is the combination between pedagogy and the technology. Actually, this is not a new issue again about how to integrate technology, some platform, a media or application in our learning and teaching process. Because this is there is one of a theory supporting how to integrate technology in our learning and teaching process, namely cybergogy from Wang and Kang. This is 2006. So cybergogy, this is covered about the learner thinking, behavior, emotion, and this is connected to the new habit or the new culture in education. And the blessing of COVID-19, we are emergency how to teach and how to use technology in our learning and teaching process. Well, the cybergogi, actually this is, there are three aspects or factor in the cybergogi when we want to engage our learning environment by online. This is the cognitive, social, and emotive factor. So in the cognitive area, you can see here, actually pedagogy, this is cover all of the gogi family from pedagogy, heterogogy, pedagogy, synergogy, and andragogy. So let me show you the first in the cognitive area about pedagogy and heterogogy. This is the self-determined. And then the next about the social factor, how to engage students in online environment. About the pedagogy, this is pedagogy same with the cooperative learning when you are engage your student in groups. And the next about the emotion or andragogy, how the students self-directed their self to a learning. This is related to the emotion, the feelings, and the student condition. Well, pedagogy now, this is improve their capacity, improve it into to adapt with the digital era. Like today, we are in the revolution industry 4.0 and the education 3.0 and then the society 5.0. Namely, this is a digital pedagogy. Actually, digital pedagogy apply to online by using hybrid or hybrid learning, face-to-face, or this is same with the namely a blended learning area. Let's have a look. This is the well of the pedagogy. When you are wanted to teach and you achieve the learning outcome based on the Bloom taxonomy. Let's have a look here. This is the Bloom taxonomy and the activity. And then this is the action, the activity, and this is the tools that that support how to, for example, remember, understanding, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. Well, to supporting the condition today, we are in the digital era, all of becoming a digital and supporting our Ministry of Education and Culture policy about Merdeka Belajar today. We are, as a teacher or as educator, must be upgrade ourselves or our competence, our skill into a digital teacher. What is digital teacher? You cannot apply cybergogy and you cannot design your material with this condition, the global condition today, if you are not upgrade yourself. Now let's have a look about a digital teacher. How to becoming a digital teacher? Actually, as a digital teacher today, we are support and motivate each other how to use and how to teach by using technology or integrated our learning and teaching with the technology, tools, platform, or application in our learning and teaching process. But not only that, we must be train our student with the skill by using the technology. This is our homework today. So this is the digital framework. We are becoming a digital teacher. Our classroom becoming a digital classroom. We are now in the platform or in the virtual classroom. We are transformation our classroom from face-to-face into the digital or virtual classroom. Use some of the platform like Google Classroom and then Edmodo and many more that you can be used based on student need. Actually, the consideration to using this technology as a tool in our learning and teaching process must be back again to the condition of your student. The condition of your student mean here, you are and your student familiar with this tool or this technology. For example, when you all of your students and you familiar by using WhatsApp, go ahead. You can remote your teaching by using the platform WhatsApp. So the next, the digital world. Today, all of and everything becoming digital, so we must upgrade ourselves, our class, and then our materials into e-material or e-learning. This is the indicator how to become an effective digital teacher. Actually, use a social media for professional development and basic to adapt with the culture of ICT, information, communication, and technology skill. So using software to support the critical thinking, then you have ability or skill competent to use a digital technology to make your learning and teaching process more practical, practical, and efficient. Now, let's go move to how to designing course materials in teaching. And this is, I wanna share to you my experience is actually based on the COVID-19. I was developed and redesign my materials into the e-material. And I wanna show you, I hope this colleague, the next will be designing their materials. Let's have a look here about to designing the material. We have the methodology, namely assure, and then this is deliberate design, and then the activity, the kind of activity in the classroom to supporting learning outcome based on the Bloom taxonomy, namely Gagne. This is Gagne naive and interactional design. How to design your instruction in the classroom to achieve the learning outcome. And then how to setting your e-class and the lesson plan or your curriculum. Okay, this is e-learning design. I want to show you, this is one of Mr. Randy have explained about how to analyze your student need. You give the questionnaire for your student, and then you can analyze what is your student condition, your student behavior, and then your student lack one and many more. This is a have instrument or valid instrument. You can ask Mr. Randy about this need analysis. So I want to share to you about the methodology and the product here. The methodology to designing the materials into the e-learning design here, namely Assure. Assure, there are 6 pages. The first is analyze student. Analyze student here, for example, you analyze what is your student level or degree. Maybe your student in higher education, but the English, for example, in their English or their vocabulary is still in low or in the beginner. So you must design your material based on your student, step by step, based on your student condition. So you formulate or state the objective, what you want to achieve in this or each meeting or in this semester. Then select the method, the media, and the technology, and you select the materials. Wait a minute.
Yeah, time. Yeah, almost done. But 2 minutes anymore. That's okay.
Utilize a media and material, require learner participation, and evaluate and revise. And this is your product after you analyze it, and then you can redesign your syllabus, lesson plan, assignment, prototype, and module or ebook. This is after all of your product ready, your book ready, your curriculum, and many more. You can integrate it with this application, Articulate Mobile, Lecturer Inspire, and Mobile Learning Environment. You can choose one of them. And I'm gonna show you here. This is one of the example or e-material I have designed. You can go to this website and find my ebook in Google Play Books. I have here the syllabus, the material, and many more. You can access free. So this is based on some of my survey about the student condition today. Actually, our student, they are in the digital learner or digital student. They can use or have skill to use a social media as to improve their competence or their English skill. I want to show you one of when you are redesign your material based on the film. Why film? This is based on the student questionnaire. They answer from 179 students all around the world. And film, this is can actually support or to achieve a 21st century skill and collaborate. And this is, I mean that to achieve the learning outcome based on the Bloom taxonomy. This is, for example, the material I'm going to show you. When the student watching the film, they are doing some of the activity here because our students today, they are digital and they are multitasking. Watching the film and then they can rank the film based on the film scan. This is, for example, the activity. All of the picture, this is based on this film. The next, this is again one of some example of the activity here by using film, not only about rank the film. You can ask your student and answer the question based on the film. And then this is again the activity. So what about the designing the materials now? Based on the Ghanaian and even interactional design, and designing with the here, you can have a look here, the Bloom taxonomy in remembering and understanding outcome. This is you can design in the warm-up activity. The next in the presenting, they are analyzing, the practice they are applying, and then in the production they are creating and the evaluation. This is 9 event interactional design, and the Bloom taxonomy breakdown into the five phase or categorized in this designing the material based on the assured methodology. This is my class during COVID. Before COVID, you can see here my student. And this is the activity when I use one of the platform before COVID-19. They are using or they are playing with by using quizzes. And the next, this is my last statement. Pedagogy is the driver. Technology will not replace teacher. Who use technology will be probably replace those who do not. And then technology is only a tools. The core and the main point, this is the pedagogy. The pedagogy here, when you are a teacher, we are educator, we are a designer, we are a developer, and then we are the manager. How to setting our classroom. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Mutmainah, for your very interesting explanations and also presentations. Yeah, and now we know that the independent study or maybe Merdeka Belajar is very useful for your pandemic situations. As you say that we have how to be the digital teacher and how to create the digital framework. That's the point that you describe and also you explain related to the independent study we would like to achieve, because we still far from that statement, but we are going to do that place. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Mutmainah, for your explanations, and then we continue to the second speaker from the third sessions of this international conference. He is Mr. Gestoni Picaprio, coming from University of Caloocan City, Philippines. Hello, Mr. Gestoni.
Good afternoon.
Magandang.
Hello.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Could you share screen, maybe? Because I have made you as the co-host for this session. Okay. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gestoni Picaprio, coming from University of Caloocan City, Philippines, got so many prize and also achievements. Several of them are Mahatma Gandhi Peace Prize Award for contribution to world peace, equality and human rights 2020. Then achieved the STIT Award in educational leadership for excellence in serving for world peace, humanity, education, and leadership 2020. And the next one, outstanding humanitarian work for human rights, peace, unity, and harmony throughout the world 2020, and so many others. And other achievements such as Doctor Honoris Causa, Honorary Doctor of Letters 2020, Doctor Honoris Causa, Honorary Doctor of Philosophy in Humanity and Peace, and also Excellent in World Literature Award for promoting world peace through literary work 2020. And Mr. Justoni Picaprio would like to explain and also describe and present his presentation related to the dynamic leadership skill of educators from non-sectarian basic education schools, basis for the proposed leadership development plan. Mr. Justoni, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum to my fellow educators and scholars, and also to our dearest organizers, moderators, and to the people who invited me to this academic event, such as Professor Dr. Asrifan and Professor Dr. Mutmaina. Likewise, Assalamualaikum to my fellow speakers and presenters, and to our dearest participants. Again, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you. I am Professor Dr. Jasoni P. Carpio, an English language, literature, communication arts, and research educator. And I am here to present to you my masterpiece when I was in my doctorate level, which is the dynamic leadership skills of educators from non-sectarian basic education schools, basis for the proposed leadership development plan. Now, at first, I have the thought of presenting to you something related to English language teaching, but then I decided to shift to presenting something that is also affected by this pandemic, which has something to do with leadership. If you could notice, majority of the presenters, or even with the webinars or conferences we've been attending to, focused on topics such as content expertise, pedagogical expertise, technological expertise, or some others focused on curriculum and instruction. And we also had learning delivery, learning resources, for we believe that these are things related to education that are affected by this pandemic. I focused on another thing that is also affected by pandemic, and as I mentioned earlier, it has something to do with education leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, to formally begin with my presentation, let me define first the word leadership. Leadership has been defined as an adaptive and dynamic way of setting direction for people. So we have here the words adaptive and dynamic, which are synonymous to the word change. Likewise, the word leadership is comparable to a person's attire that has to be changed or adjusted based on the necessities and appropriateness of time, situation, place, and people. So from the given picture here, we have different people wearing different attires depending upon the professions they are into. For example, you are teaching in the basic education level, this one. And then you entered your classroom wearing this one, or this one, or this one. Chances are the people who would see you, although there is no any special event, chances are the people who would see you would think that you are somebody who is bizarre or odd because of the attire you are wearing. What I'm pointing out in here is that leadership, just like an attire of a person, should be adjusted based on the necessities and appropriateness of time, situation, place, and people. There are many schools of thought whenever we are talking about leadership. So each of these schools of thought would claim that their style is the best. We have the autocratic leadership, we have servant leadership, charismatic, laissez-faire, and bureaucratic, and a lot more. The list goes on. However, for leadership to be considered effective or dynamic, or effective, it has to be dynamic or adaptive. Leadership is a style and skill that is adaptive. It allows a leader to react to changes by being proactive. A leader employs a fluid style of leadership and he adjusts based on the kinds of people he is leading and on the circumstances in which he finds himself. So, from this definition of progen of leadership, I actually underline some important words, and these words actually or practically refer to none other than dynamic leadership. In other words, dynamic leadership is a conglomeration of all the different styles of leadership. Furthermore, according to Progen, as also presented from his dynamic leadership model, a dynamic leader is somebody who exhibits three attributes or skills, such as one, a dynamic leader is somebody who exhibits the skill of adapting to people, meaning to say that this type of leader is someone who has the skill or ability of adjusting to the various kinds of people that he or she is handling. So he considers diversity of cultures, diversity of beliefs and backgrounds. Likewise, a dynamic leader, according to Progen, has a skill of adapting to situations. Meaning to say, this leader is somebody who is contingent. If he sees that something is not effective, then he would do something about it, or he would change his or her style. And lastly, a dynamic leader has a skill of mentoring the people. When you say mentoring the people, it has something to do with that skill of transferring knowledge, values, skills, and even his beliefs among his people. Hence, for Progen, a dynamic leader is a complete package of skills such as adapting to people, adapting to situations, and mentoring the people. And these skills of a dynamic leader is expected to be transferred among his people, for it is said that the quality of members is a direct reflection of their leader. In other words, whatever our members do or the way of thinking of them are actually influenced of the leaders or the dynamic leaders. Likewise, the dynamic leader is somebody who exhibits positive values despite the many challenges he is facing. He confronts the issues and problems by having the grace even under pressure. In short, the dynamic leader is expected to exhibit tact and positivity despite the changes and challenges he or she is facing. Moreover, a dynamic leader believes that his leadership role is a change all to itself. So challenges are but natural, and he either has to see it coming and prepare or be able to handle it because both things are inevitable. When you say dynamic leader, this type of leader is somebody who is used to challenges. As for him, challenges or changes are naturally occurring, and he has two things to do, such as either to face it or be prepared for it. Since, as mentioned in the last line, challenges and changes are inevitable. Although there have been many researches conducted about dynamic leadership skills, most of them only concentrated on the roles of administrators and the leadership development programs made for them. And when you say administrators in the education field or in schools, we are talking about either the principals, the department heads. For college, we have the deans or the program heads or department heads. The problem here is, how about the faculty members? For these are also considered, faculty members or teachers are also considered as educators. For when you check the definition of educators, it would refer to both faculty members or teachers and the administrators. How about their preparation? Are they aware of the concept of dynamic leadership, or are they equipped with these dynamic leadership? Here comes the significance of the current study, which concentrates on both faculty members and administrators or the educators, as well as a dynamic leadership plan made for them. If you would notice also, I have been mentioning the word leadership development or leadership development plan or program, or it is said that this leadership development program can help address the leadership skills gap and also align leadership with organizational goals. So in light of the foregoing situations confronting the educators, not just in the Philippines, I firmly believe, but across the globe, the researcher was prompted to conduct a study that primarily aims to assess the dynamic leadership skills of educators from non-sectarian basic education schools in South Caloocan. That is the basis for the proposed leadership development plan. Specifically, I tried answering the following problems or questions. Let's just go over. Likewise, the researcher tested the hypothesis, which is there is no significant difference between the assessments of faculty members and administrators on the given variables. So these variables are adapting to people, adapting to situations, and mentoring the people. Now, to further illuminate our understanding on how this research was conducted, ladies and gentlemen, it is important on my part to likewise share with you my research paradigm. So figure 2 shows the research paradigm on dynamic leadership utilizing modified Creswell's triangulation model. The context of this research, as I mentioned earlier, was one, to assess the dynamic leadership skills of educators from non-sectarian basic education schools in South Caloocan, specifically focusing on the 3 variables given by Progen, such as adapting to people, adapting to situations, and mentoring the people. And then later on, the researcher or yours truly intended to propose a leadership development plan which was anchored on the dynamic leadership skills assessed, likewise aimed at further improving or developing the dynamic leadership skills of the same educators. And to be able to realize these objectives of the researcher, I actually utilized 2 approaches such as quantitative approach and qualitative approach. Specifically, so-called as the mixed methods research, or more importantly, I use the sequential explanatory design with the intention of validating and revalidating the data gathered. And following the Creswell's modified triangulation model as guided by Progen's dynamic leadership model, the researcher underwent 3 phases such as collection phase, analysis phase, and design and development phase, or synthesis and interpretation phase. Let's continue. For the collection phase, quantitative, I made use of survey questionnaire. Revalidated using structured interview for the qualitative approach. Moving forward, for the analysis phase, under quantitative approach, I performed statistical analyses, and this was revalidated by doing content analysis. And lastly, third or last phase, synthesis and evaluation, interpretation phase, where the researcher compared, integrated, and interpreted the results, which were actually the basis for the proposal of leadership development plan. As I mentioned earlier again, this leadership development plan, to reiterate further, was anchored on the assess dynamic leadership skills of the said educators. And this was made with the aim of developing and strengthening their existing dynamic leadership skills. Let's proceed further. So I made use of mixed methods research, specifically sequential explanatory. According to Creswell, when you say sequential explanatory as a research design under mixed methods research, it means that the researcher started from quantitative and then shifted to qualitative approach with the intention of validating and revalidating the data gathered. In terms of sampling procedure, I made use of purposive sampling, specifically using criteria such as the position. These respondents or participants must be faculty members and administrators. Locality, meaning to say they live in South Caloocan. Workplace, all of them are working in non-sectarian basic education schools. And then last one is leadership and management development program experience. So I focused on 10 non-sectarian basic education schools in South Caloocan. I used survey questionnaire and structured interview, which was made by yours truly. And this one's underwent validation and pilot testing to maintain validity and reliability. And for the analysis of data gathered, I used frequency count, weighted mean, standard deviation, independent samples t-test. Specifically, I made use of SPSS version 11.5. And for the qualitative data gathered, I performed transcription, coding, and theme extraction. Ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed to the meat of my presentation, the results and discussion. Number one, what is the assessment of faculty members and administrators on their dynamic leadership skills in terms of the following variables? 1.1, adapting to people. The administrators have high level of dynamic leadership skills. Likewise, the faculty members do have high level of dynamic leadership skills, as seen on the given weighted mean. And to further illuminate our understanding of the evaluation or assessments done, allow me to direct your attention to the tabular presentation of data. So these are the two tables showing you the assessment of both faculty members and administrators on their dynamic leadership skills, focusing on adapting to people. Both of these educators got high level of dynamic leadership skills. But it is notable on table 1.1a that despite the high level of evaluation, there still exists the lowest evaluation, although this one is high level, which is item number 6, with the total mean or with a mean of 4.38, and this could be supported by qualitative data. And according to Administrator 1, he admitted that there are times I'm having a hard time to handle difficult people because they are the one who did not accept anything or just focus on one. By the way, I did not change the grammaticality of this one. I really got it from the exact wordings of the participants. I did not do something about the grammar of this. You might be surprised that there are grammar errors for some responses. Anyway, let's move.
Excuse me, sir. Time is almost over.
All right, I'll just go over.
Yeah.
But basically, among the three variables, both faculty members and administrators got high level of dynamic leadership skills. But what am I emphasizing on this study? That despite the high level of evaluation on their dynamic leadership skills, there still exists some challenges on leading people in organization. So just like this one. And this conforms with the claim of Progen, since the result of the assessment revealed that the educators have high levels of dynamic leadership skills, it can be justified that the claim of Progen that a dynamic leader is a complete package of skills such as adapting to people, adapting to situations, and mentoring the people is true. Therefore, for the educators where the researcher gathered the data, they claim that a dynamic leader is expected to exhibit the three skills mentioned by Progen. Let's move forward. Now, since the challenges still exists, one of the findings is that, or one of the recommendations of the researcher is for the utilization of the proposed leadership development plan. If we go back to my words a while ago, this leadership development plan, aside from the fact that this one is anchored on the assessed dynamic leadership skills, this would definitely develop or strengthen the dynamic leadership skills of these educators. Let me present to you the leadership development plan. So this one, a 3-page leadership development plan. You can see here the time frame when the event will be conducted or best to be conducted in the Philippine context. And these are anchored on the challenges found out based on the assessment rather, and also the revelation during the interview. On the third column, we have the objectives and the activities that would address the given challenges encountered by educators in leading their people in the organization. And then we have participants, facilitator. The facilitators and the participants are actually the schools or the educators from the schools given. And then the last column, we have the venue. And this will happen until March. Now, to end my presentation, generally the recommendation of the researcher is for the utilization of the proposed leadership development plan, which aimed at developing or further strengthening the existing dynamic leadership skills of these educators, since the assessment revealed that both of them, faculty members and administrators, do have high levels of dynamic leadership skills. And to formally end my presentation, allow me to leave everybody this statement, which is dynamism is a function of change, according to Hillary Clinton. With this, thank you, dearest dynamic educator leaders.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Jestoni, for very inspiring presentations related to leadership skills for educator. And yes, we know that educators should have like leadership skills to to educate other persons, especially students and other kinds of persons, other communities that should be taught related to so many things. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Jestoni, we would like to continue to the next presenter. He is Dr. Muhammad Abdul Karim. Are you there, Dr. Muhammad?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad, for still staying here in our Zoom. And yeah, before you talk about the social media and social responsibility for future educations, I would like to read a short CV of you. And this is Mr. Muhammad Abdul Karim from Cihan University, Erbil, Iraq. Dr. Muhammad received a bachelor degree in business management from the University of Mosul, Iraq, and the MSc degree in business administration from the University Naga Nasional, Malaysia. In 2014, he joined Cihan University, Erbil as a lecturer in the public administration department, and he is known for his innovative concepts related to marketing management. Now, he has lectured widely on marketing principles of marketing, health marketing, e-marketing, productions and operational management, job satisfactions, and so many things. Also, as a researcher, he has published in Scopus in marketing, organizational behavior, human resource management, and his subjects. Okay, please welcome Dr. Muhammad Abdul Karim. The time is yours.
Thank you, dear. Thank you. Please allow me to share my screen.
You are the co-host right now.
PowerPoint is okay now? Come up.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah wa salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Today I'm going to talk about social media and social responsibility for future education. As we know, social media became part of our normal life, and activities usually depend on our age or interest. Can use the social media for a few hours daily or more than that. Is depend on your needs and wants. So here we can classify the social media platforms according to, like we said, our interest is academic or just for chatting and sharing comment on our friends or pages and so on. So social media platforms include Facebook, QQ, Instagram, Twitter, Google+, Pinterest, TikTok, and the new common one is the Snapchat. For us as a researcher and academic, we have the ResearchGate and Academia, LinkedIn, and Mendeley. Okay, and for teaching, for e-learning or e-classes, online classes, we are using Zoom, Google Meet, Hangouts, Google Classrooms, YouTube, sometimes live, and we have the websites, for example, Moodle that we are using in our university, Jihan University in Iraq. This we used from last year, before the COVID-19 pandemic, and it start to increase commonly in public universities or private universities in Iraq. Also, we can see social media is growing rapidly worldwide naturally. Marketers want to reach potential customers with this new channels to market their products or service, and so on. As we know also, each social media site has different characteristics. Also a different set of audience and followers, which can be classified to their gender, age, and income. Social media websites are considered as truly appropriate platforms for EWOM, we call electronic word of mouth. In addition to daily conversation between customers, these websites allow opinion leaders to create and promote profiles that relating to a product and service of brands. People can share their comments via written product and service of brands, like text, pictures, also videos, and even application. In my opinion, I can say most of the parents and people in our life, from friends or a relative, that don't trust social media much in education. While for us as an academic and researchers, educator, we can say students are using the various online tools to follow the different requirements, and it will not be wrong to say that social media and education goes hand by hand in the modern world, especially after the pandemic of COVID-19. Here we have concepts about this topic. Social media, it's any website you can use and communicate, exchange, and engage with others through a platform. And also it is a combination of websites and application. It is not only website and it is not application. It could be a combination of both that enable the users to create and share content, to participate in social networking. And the next one will be the social responsibility. Here we can say about most of the companies, the organization around the world, it has what we call corporative social responsibility. This is to take care about the environment, the human rights, the labor also rights. So here it is what we call, it is an ethical theory in which individuals are accountable for fulfilling their civic duty. And the action of an individual must benefit the whole society, of course, especially for the social media influencers that we are going to talk next. They have this social responsibility because social media influencers that not just targeting for profit, must also have a social responsibility and thinking about others and how to say share for care. Here, the influencer can be helpful in advocating for campaigns against fake news, as we can experience last a few months. Some news, it can be fake or fraud. Not all is what you call true, and sometimes it is killing the motivation for people that this disease or the virus, it is very huge, cannot be a cure, all the people will die, and so on. So here, especially if the majority of their audience does not consume news through what we call the traditional mediums. Also, ultimately, influencers need to work together to initiate supportive campaigns, like we said, to share useful and correct information as much as we can. And it is our responsibility to our community, ourselves, our families, and our global network. Okay. Here we come to the role of social media in teaching learning process. Like Dr. Andy and Dr. Mutmainna mentioned, we use the social media, the tools, the technology to provide new activities for the students, to provide subjects or topics about our teaching classes, okay, through online classes, okay. So here the social media are becoming the most important tools for interaction among people, where everybody can share, exchange, comment, discuss, and get information and knowledge in a collaborative way. Like Dr. also Mutmainna mentioned, it is depend on the student, how to say, the culture of the country, the culture of the university, okay, the culture of the student, that they can use this new tools for e-learning, or need to motivate them, need to teach them how to use it in a proper ways. Also, the influence of social media on teaching and learning environment is growing every year, and its application can reinforce class materials. Here we can talk about how to say the infrastructure of the university and also the infrastructure of the country. It could be like we are talking about the what we call the developing country or the developed country, and mostly as we can see in Iraq or even in Indonesia or other countries, it is not all students has modern devices, or even they have connected to the internet connection network, and even sometimes they don't know how to use these tools. But social media tools create a platform for improvement of the educational process. This is, like we say, depend on the, for example, the country and the Ministry of Higher Education that determine, for example, what to use for this last pandemic COVID-19 period, okay, and how we finished last course or last year in our universities, our schools. It depends on the situation and the consequences of the COVID-19 in our countries. Here, when we talk about the experts and the teachers, the academics, here we say some academic experts believe that social media can be used as an effective teaching tool in higher education because of its ease of use, ready availability, and individual affordability and network effects. Like Dr. Mutmainna mentioned, if the student know how to has knowledge on how to use the WhatsApp application or WhatsApp platform. So we depend on this tool more than other tool or more than other platform. And also Facebook has been used in university courses to facilitate teacher-student discussion. Facebook lately, lastly, since like May, they create a new option for we call messenger rooms. Okay, because most of the students around the world, they are using Facebook. So academic and teachers can use this room as a platform or a tool to provide their subjects and discuss the question and give the answers to their students. Okay, many teachers and educators remain uncertain about how to meaningfully integrate this technology or assess its impact. Also, we don't only focus on our students to educate them how to use the platforms of e-learning or the application. Also, we have lecturers or educators that mostly they don't use it before as common now. So also we need to make workshops for our teachers, our educators, to guide them and teach them to use the easy or the best application or a platform to provide their subjects to their students. Okay, the most important for our topic today, it is the benefits of social media to improve the academic performance of students. Number one is about communication and collaboration. The biggest advantage of social media is better communication. A student can connect with anyone at any point in time via kids, for example, Messenger, like we mentioned, or WhatsApp. They can use such platforms via their smartphone, tablets, computer, and the learners can exchange questions, make phone calls or video calls, and so on. Number two, we call the finding concrete information online. Here it is to look for the basic information. How to do that? Because we have various websites and social media networks are providing plenty of information that can be helpful to students via social media news feeds, and students can find informational and relevant websites they want to follow so as to be kept in the law depending on their interest. Students can also find answer to their question. Sites such as Temple or Pinterest can offer children inspiring for school projects or practical problem solving. Here we can say also we have disadvantage for this type of collecting the answer or finding the answer. Sometimes there is a website, you can write only the equation in the mathematics or statics, and it will give you the answer directly. So where is the benefit of doing that? Unless the lecturer explain that and give an example similar to this question, so is okay. Number three, what we call the parental involvement. Here we should involve the
Sorry,
parents.
sir.
Yes.
Time is almost done.
Okay, just
okay.
2 minutes.
That's okay.
Parent involvement. Here we call the parents also should involve in this education process to guide their children to the best and good way to find the information. Not only use the website or platforms that make you busy and distract you from the education and learning, and so on. Number 4 is also important. We call the improvement literacy, communication, and reading skills. It is clear for us, must know how to read and what to read, and the communication, and of course the reading skills. Okay, like Dr. Mutmain mentioned, give activities like or watching the movie, and to make dialogues or the picture showing what did he say, and the other one, what did he ask or what did he answer. Last, for the benefits is distance learning opportunities. It is a great advantage of social media in education, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic. Its learning opportunities. There are many disadvantaged students who are not able to acquire formal education by attending regular classes in an educational institution, and the website, it can be for hosting live lectures via Skype or live webinars. Okay, and this allows students live to remote areas of the world to access education. Sorry, because of the time, I will just jump to the conclusion. In university setting, social media can be incredibly useful when it comes to reaching out and engaging with students. Also, teachers should use social media as a communication tool for purely academic related issues, such as addressing aspects related to class organization and coursework. Professors should also be careful about what they post and how much they wish to share with their students via social media platforms, as their online profile contents could affect their credibility as an educational. And last, we call the final conclusion is that social media, just like a half glass of water, it depends on us what we see and what we want and what we post. In other words, it's matter of choice, that how we use it, which we call cognitive appraisal. Thank you for listening, and thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Abdul Karim, for your very interesting presentations. As using of social media in a university setting, which should be used by teacher as communication tools, and so many mechanisms of social media. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now will reach the final presenter, the last presenter of today's conference, and will be continued to the tomorrow's conference. And for today, the last presenter will be Dr. Haji Anis Humaidi, MAG. I will invite him. Hello, Dr. Anis.
Hello.
Okay, I will make you as a co-host right now.
Yeah.
Okay, and before Dr. Anis Humaidi, Bapak Anis akan menyampaikan dalam bahasa Inggris atau bahasa Arab?
Today I will speak with bahasa Indonesia, and I hope moderator can help me to translate in English after I present.
Okay, that's not a problem, but no worries. But if you would like to present using Arabic, maybe that's no problem also. But if you could speak in bahasa Indonesia, that's okay. Okay, sebelumnya akan saya sampaikan. I would like to read a short CV of Bapak Dr. Haji Anis Humaidi, MAG. Beliau sekarang adalah lektor kepala atau dosen di ST Sekolah Tinggi Agama Islam Negeri Kediri. Dengan riwayat pendidikan, beliau menempuh jenjang sarjana, S2 dan S3. He reached the bachelor, master, and also doctoral degree at Universitas Islam Negeri Sunan Ampel Surabaya. Kemudian di beberapa jurusan untuk studi sarjana di pendidikan bahasa Arab, kemudian di studi master di pemikiran pendidikan, dan studi doktor di pemikiran pendidikan. Kepada Bapak Anies dipersilahkan dengan segala hormat. Monggo.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulullah. Allahumma salli wa sallim barik ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad wa ba'd. Yang saya hormati para audien, terima kasih para pemangku kebijakan di STIT W, dan yang saya hormati pula Bapak Ikram Mustafa selaku moderator. Hari ini saya akan mempresentasikan tentang tantangan dan peluang pesantren di era Society 5.0. Kenapa ini saya anggap sesuatu yang penting? Berbicara tentang pesantren kiranya selalu menarik begitu, karena ini adalah isu lokal atau lokal isu yang ada di Indonesia. Setiap hari, setiap saatnya pesantren selalu mengalami berbagai perkembangan, dan di situ pesantren selalu merespon terhadap perkembangan zaman. Namun demikian ada beberapa terkendala terkadang yang harus dihadapi oleh pesantren. Kali ini kita akan berbicara tentang tantangan dan peluang pesantren di era Society 5.0. Oke, saya mulai. Pesantren adalah lembaga yang ideal. Dikatakan ideal itu tentunya bagi bangsa Indonesia, khususnya umat Islam. Karena pesantren adalah lembaga pendidikan yang sangat diminati bagi umat Islam. Banyak umat Islam yang meyakini belum ada lembaga pendidikan yang bisa menyamai, apalagi mengungguli sistem pendidikan pesantren dalam menjadikan anak mengerti pendidikan agama, mengerti agama, memiliki keluhuran budi pekerti, dan memiliki akhlakul karimah. Kiranya hal ini tidak bisa dipungkiri karena pemahaman agama yang mendalam pada umumnya dihasilkan dari anak-anak pesantren. Bahkan kalau ada seseorang yang disebut kiai, namun dia tidak pernah nyantri di pesantren, maka kekiaiannya sangat diragukan atau kealimannya sangat diragukan. Nah, kenapa demikian? Ya karena luar biasa pendidikan pesantren dididik sedemikian rupa dalam satu tempat, terus kemudian kiai sebagai kurikulum atau kurikulum berjalannya ya kiai itu, dia melihat bagaimana perilaku kiai, dia melihat bagaimana akhlak kiai, bagaimana dia melakukan segala sesuatu yang terkait dengan kebaikan selalu merujuk kepada kiai. Nah, karena itu pesantren dianggap sesuatu yang sangat ideal. Namun demikian, hari ini kita ketahui pesantren dihadapkan dengan kemajuan teknologi yang sangat berpengaruh terhadap tata nilai masyarakat, yang sampai hari ini kita bisa mengenal Society 5.0. Dalam hal ini adalah sebuah realitas yang tidak bisa dihindari atau dipungkiri. Pesantren harus mengambil sikap dan punya peran di dalamnya. Jika pesantren tidak mengakomodir hal ini, jika pesantren tidak mengakomodir hal ini, maka dunia pesantren akan menjadi terasing, perannya akan terkurangi, lulusannya pun akan menjadi orang asing di zamannya, bahkan eksistensinya pun juga akan terancam. Kalau pesantren bisa mengikuti dan mengakomodirnya, maka akan bisa mewarnai dan memberikan kontribusi kemaslahatan bagi umat di era ini. Jadi ini adalah sebuah tantangan yang dihadapi oleh pesantren. Yang kemarin-kemarin pesantren mungkin sudah mencukupkan diri membina akhlak dari santri-santrinya dalam rangka tafakuh fiddin, namun hari ini dihadapkan dengan tantangan sedemikian rupa, dan otomatis di sini ini sebuah panggilan yang harus dihadapi atau direspon oleh pesantren. Oke, saya teruskan saja. Ini adalah perjalanan tentang revolusi industri, dari revolusi industri 1.0, 2.0, terus kemudian 3.0, sampai 4.0 dan akhirnya hari ini sampailah kepada revolusi industri atau society 5.0 yang diprakarsai oleh Jepang dan sudah diproklamirkan atau sudah diumumkan ketika tanggal 21 Januari 2019. Nah, Bapak Ibu yang berbahagia, bahwa saat ini adalah saat disrupt atau dalam kondisi disrupsi, adalah sesuatu yang tercerabut dari akarnya atau perubahan yang mendasar dan fundamental. Dalam konteks ini yang dimaksudkan adalah perubahan sesuatu yang hanya bisa dilakukan di dunia nyata, berubah menjadi bisa dilakukan atau hanya bisa dilakukan di dunia maya. Kita melihat beberapa fenomena yang kemarin-kemarin itu orang-orang yang kaya dengan kapitalnya bisa merajai perekonomian di Indonesia, dan hari ini berangsur juga menjadi beralih. Mal-mal yang dulu ramai akhirnya berubah. Nah, ini semuanya tidak terlepas dari kemajuan teknologi. Di sini saya tidak akan membahas secara detail akan perbedaan 4.0 dan 5.0 tidak. Namun yang jelas perkembangan era atau revolusi industri 4.0 dan 5.0 itu semuanya menuntut kepada setiap orang untuk selalu berinovasi, khususnya terkait dengan teknologi. Sementara kita tahu apabila kita di pesantren, kita mendengar tujuan dari mondok itu apa, mereka biasanya merujuk kepada sebuah kitab yang namanya Ta'limul Muta'alim yang ditulis oleh Imam Az-Zarrunji, yaitu wayam bagi ayyan wal muta'allimu bitalabil ilmi ridallahi ta'ala wa daral akhirati wa izalatul jahli an nafsihi wa an sairil juhali wa ihya ad-dini wa ibqa'il islami. Itu selalu dipegang sampai hari ini. Sementara banyak pesantren pula yang hari ini belum merespon akan masalah ini. Sehingga yang terjadi adalah masih stagnan, masih berkutat pada seputar tafakuh fiddin dan memperbaiki akhlak. Sementara akan dikhawatirkan nanti ketika dia keluar dari pesantren, maka dia bagaikan orang yang asing. Dia asing di zamannya. Oleh karena itu, bagaimana mestinya sikap pesantren menghadapi hal ini? Semuanya sebetulnya tergantung kepada kiainya. Sikap pesantren hari ini bermacam-macam. Ada yang wait and see, ada yang tidak peduli, dan ada yang memiliki kepedulian. Dan ada yang memang benar-benar concern di bidang teknologi ini. Sampai-sampai ada pesantren yang pembelajarannya pun juga selalu menggunakan sains, sehingga mengintegrasikan antara pelajaran, mengintegrasikan antara moral, mengintegrasikan pemahaman keagamaan, terus juga juga concern di bidang sains. Oleh karena itu, ini catatan bagi para kiai, catatan bagi para ustadz yang ada di pesantren. Yang berikutnya adalah yang harus kita sadari pula, santri yang saat ini berada di pondok pesantren adalah generasi Z dan generasi A, yang mereka terlahir di dunia yang serba digital. Memisahkan generasi ini dengan teknologi informasi sama dengan memisahkan ikan dari air. Memberikan teknologi kepada mereka tanpa kontrol pun juga sangat berbahaya, karena daya rusaknya pun sangat dahsyat. Oleh karena itu harus ada balance, harus ada keseimbangan antara pendidikan agama dan teknologi. Sehingga pada satu sisi pendidikan agamanya bagus, demikian juga dia juga bisa hidup, eksis di masyarakat. Artinya yang berikutnya, pesantren harus tetap menjaga misi awalnya, yaitu pembinaan akhlak dan tafakuh fiddin. Demikian juga mereka juga bisa merespon terhadap zamannya hari ini. Saudara-saudara yang berbahagia, bahwa ada istilah yang layak untuk kita ambil dalam masalah ini, al-muhafadzatu 'alal qadimis shalih wal akhdhu bil jadidil aslah. Itu saya kira sangat penting untuk kita pakai atau sangat penting untuk kita lakukan hal tersebut. Oke, terkait dalam hal ini saya akan mencoba untuk memberikan sebuah solusi terkait bagaimana kira-kira membangun atau membuat sebuah tatanan pesantren yang saya dalam hal ini mengambil teorinya Kunto Wijoyo, yaitu 3 pilar utama ilmu sosial propetik, yaitu yang pertama adalah transendensi, yang kedua adalah liberasi, dan yang ketiga adalah humanisasi. Apakah itu transendensi? Transendensi adalah semuanya didasarkan kepada Tuhan, semuanya disandarkan demi mencari ridha Allah, semuanya menjadi motivasi untuk melakukan praktik liberasi dan humanisasi. Yang berikutnya adalah liberasi, yaitu memberikan rasa aman pada santri untuk menyampaikan pendapatnya, gagasan dan berpikir kritis dan kreatif. Artinya sudah saatnya santri diberi waktu, waktu berpikir, diberi ruang untuk berkreatif dan melakukan sesuatu sesuai dengan apa yang menjadi bakat. Terus yang berikutnya adalah humanisasi, yaitu mendidik dengan kasih sayang tanpa ada kekerasan, sehingga demikian akan menjadi sebuah lembaga pendidikan yang humanis, dan akhirnya goalnya bisa tercapai, memiliki akhlak yang mulia, memiliki pemahaman agama yang bagus, berikutnya dia juga bisa hidup di zamannya. Itu barangkali yang bisa saya sampaikan, mudah-mudahan ada guna dan manfaatnya. Walafu minkum, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Pak Anis Humaydi for your kind presentations. Thank you very much. I would like to translate a little bit related to the Bapak Anis Humaydi's presentations. It is about the challenges and opportunity of Islamic education, so-called as pesantren or pondok pesantren in Indonesia, facing the 5.0 strategy. Pesantren responded, or pesantren or Islamic education responded the national development, as we know that our founding fathers in Indonesia, as their efforts to strengthen and also to the liberations of our country are coming from pesantren or Islamic education, some of them. And the third one, pesantren also faced the technology development. However, if pesantren cannot adapt with the current conditions, pesantren will be a lion in the society. Especially in the disruption era, some pesantrens or Islamic educations, as I mentioned before, do not care, but others are enthusiastic to the change. Then Mr. Anis Humaydi give or deliver the solutions to the situations, to the current situations, and how to face the 5.0 era in their speech, in his speech. For the first one is transcendency or tawakal to God, as I mean, and the second one's liberation or creative aspiration, and the third one is humanity or as affection to the others. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, due to the time limitation, we have no questions and answer sessions for the third sessions. We are very sorry, and our apology for the time management that cannot cover all of your questions. But no problems, because you could ask your questions to the further opportunity. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying until the end of the international conference. We hope this 2 days conference could improve our knowledge related to future educations. And don't forget to also join tomorrow's session. We will have other interesting speakers for tomorrow. Again, we would like to say thank you to our speakers today, especially for the third sessions of speakers. Dr. Mutmainah, thank you very much for your very kind presentations. Mr. Justoni, that has explained about leadership skills for educator. Dr. M. Abdul Karim, how to use social media in so many things, especially university setting, and also how to teach as communication tools. And also Bapak Anis Humaydi, thank you very much for your kindness, and also we appreciate your kindness, cooperativeness, and many things. For participants, don't be afraid. We will send the presentation slides from all speakers. Our committee will inform this later, as well as the e-certificate. Our speaker also will come to your further questions if you have. For whom need to ask questions or further questions, kindly send to their accounts, social media account. Okay, thank you very much, and our apology for the mistakes, especially on behalf of the committee. And I am Ikram Mustafa as the Master of Ceremony as well as moderator for today's seminar and today's sessions of International Conference. Akhirul kalam, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Pak Anis Humaydi, could you? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Pak Anis.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Terima kasih, terima kasih.
Mr. Muhammad Abdul Karim.
Terima kasih semuanya, Bapak, Ibu sekalian. Ya.
Thank you, Bu Indana.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Abdul Karim.
Thank you. Jazakallah khairan, Akhil Aziz. Thank you.
Who's still here?
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Jestoni. And also, I don't know, the others. Pak Anis Humaydi, terima kasih banyak. Teman-teman panitia, terima kasih banyak. And stay tuned for tomorrow's session because we will have like a very interesting speakers for tomorrow sessions. And don't forget that tomorrow we will start at 12 p.m. until 2 p.m. Okay.
Pak, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Terima kasih Pak Anis.
Sama-sama.
Waalaikumsalam. Matur suwun.
Sama. Okay.
Thank you, Pak Sunarti.
Masih sehat Pak Ketua.
Lanjut ngomongnya, Pak Sunarti.
Thank you, Pak Musle.
Okay, Mr. Budi. Are you okay?
Pak Budi.
Kopi.
Sehat Pak Ketua.
Mr. Arif.
Thank you peserta. Saya live dulu.
Monggo. Terima kasih banyak.
Bang.
Mas co-host semuanya. Ngendikan Ibu gajinya paling besar, Ikram Mustafa. Amin. Guys, diaminin apa-apa.
Dan makannya paling banyak, Gus.
Boten. Ya, matur suwun. Niki saya close ya.
Gus, monggo Gus, siap. Oke.
Atau mau didapat lagi? Enggak kan?
Enggak, Gus. Bon selesai, monggo di close.
Sipun.
Oke, monggo di close.
Nggih.